Hi, I'm Dave Cawley, host of the podcast series Cold. Cold Season 1 focuses on the unsolved disappearance of Susan Cox Powell in 2009. You're about to watch raw video I collected while investigating the Powell case. This video comes from a 2012 civil deposition in a lawsuit over life insurance. Susan's life insurance. The person being deposed is Susan's brother-in-law, Michael Powell. Cold is the most accurate, comprehensive retelling of the Susan Powell case. You can find it at thecoldpodcast.com or anywhere you like to listen.
Today's date is October 20th, 2012. The time is now 8:24 a.m. This deposition is being taken at 524 Tacoma Avenue South, Tacoma, Washington. Counsel, please introduce yourselves and state whom you represent.
Ann Bremner, the Coxes.
Becky Ashbaugh, the Coxes.
Tim Wackerbarth, New York Life Insurance Company.
Tom West for Michael Powell.
Christina Tencio is the court reporter. Would the reporter please swear the witness?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And I should note for the record that Chuck and Judy Cox are not here this morning. We've had a dispute about security, which I'll address momentarily. But let me first ask a few questions of Mr. Powell. And good morning, Mr. Powell.
Good morning.
Can you tell me, are you aware that there was security, at least out front and out back today, for this deposition?
We saw a police car as we were driving up.
Okay. Would you have any objection to having security here in the deposition to keep
Objection,
everybody
counsel.
safe?
This is not relevant to the subject matter of the deposition or the lawsuit. I have told you what our position is. That's it. We're not going to talk about it anymore. You can put whatever you want on the record. You're not going to question my client about it. I've talked to him about it already.
There's no privilege being asserted, so you can answer.
No, you can't answer. I am instructing him not to answer. We're not getting into an argument about security or no security.
What's your basis instructing?
I've told you.
If you could let me finish, I'd appreciate it.
You can do whatever you want.
What's your basis for instructing him not to answer, please?
Because it has nothing to do with a lawsuit. Can't possibly lead to the discovery of admissible evidence in this lawsuit.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, there are a number of. I've already written you and told you what my objections were. I'm not going to read it into the record now. It's of record because I've emailed it to you.
Okay, and I'm just asking on instructing him not to answer the bases. Have you completed your response?
Yes, I'm done.
All right. Next question is, would you be willing to be patted down
Counsel, that's enough. That's enough. Really, this is silly. You're being silly. I've told you why you're being silly. I've told you that my client is an amenable, amiable witness. Asking him if he wanted to be patted down in a civil deposition over where the dispute is over insurance proceeds is absurd.
And just for the record, your basis for instructing him not to answer is what, please?
I've already given it.
Okay. Mr. Powell, are you armed in any way today?
Objection, counsel. Look. There is no basis for this type of questioning. You're attempting to harass and humiliate and embarrass my client. Now, there are rules against that, counsel, and you've done that from the very beginning. Stop it. Now, you can go on and question about the issues related to this case.
I object to move to strike the commentary that just preceded these comments. And just so I'm clear for the record, I want to just ask this: would you be willing to have any kind of security here to keep everybody safe? You can say yes or no.
He cannot say yes or no. He's not going to talk about security. There's no reason to talk about security. You've given no basis for a concern about security whatsoever. He's not going to answer that question.
And your legal basis for instructing him, please.
Counsel, you're starting out just what I thought you might do, despite all the discussions we've had prior to this deposition when you arrived. And an email was sent to you, indicating our objections and why. You need to proceed with the appropriate questioning relative to this lawsuit.
Next I'm just going to make this all one exhibit for purposes of the record I'm going to make right now. And this would just be Exhibit 1 for today, and we may change that, but it's items 1 through 20 as potential exhibits to the deposition. I'll provide these to counsel too, one for the court reporter and one for each counsel. We can just call it Exhibit 1 for purposes of the record I'm making right now.
So, just so we're clear, are each of these separate exhibits
No, as I just stated, this is all Exhibit 1 for purposes of the record I'm making now.
with 24 subparts?
That's what I just stated, and it's for purposes of the record I'm making now. These are intended exhibits for the deposition of Michael Powell, and I've just provided those to counsel and want to make a record on an issue, and then we'll take a short break to discuss amongst counsel for the Coxes. As I've stated, the Coxes aren't here today. They planned on being here today, but we're worried about their security. They have a right to attend this deposition, but had issues pertaining to safety given their knowledge of the case and the witness and his family. We just received documents on Wednesday in supplemental disclosures from Michael Powell. It was quite a large stack of documents, some of which are in Exhibit Number 1, and that's why I've made it a pretrial exhibit. These were documents we believe that we should have received at a far earlier time, given the length of the length of time this litigation has been pending. But we felt that those documents were chilling and of concern, in part because it was clear that there was knowledge on the part of this witness, this party, to certain events, including Josh Powell's taking, I believe it was $13,000 out of the Wells Fargo account of Susan Cox Powell after she disappeared, and also some amounts of money on a regular basis from an IRA that she had with Fidelity during the time that he claimed that she had disappeared. There was correspondence within...
Counsel.
Please, if I can just make my record.
You're here to take the deposition of my client. It's not a place for you to make speeches. You're, frankly, I would object to it, move that it be stricken. If you want to ask my clients about these documents that you have, you're certainly welcome to do so. The deposition is not a place to make speeches.
I'm going to continue with my record, and I'll be relatively brief, but I'm noting the concerns that we have. Within the Exhibit 1, Exhibit 8 is a website that Michael Powell had devoted to basically accusations against the Coxes, including that Chuck Cox should have been investigated for his own daughter's disappearance and that he abused the grandchildren. Also within this document are the letters that were sent. This is Exhibit 16 within Exhibit 1, or just page 6 or tab 16. There are a number of letters dated February 2, 2012. From Josh Powell. The record should reflect that he did kill himself and his children 3 days later on February the 5th. These were within the documents from Michael Powell, and these were items where he was giving up to his brother Michael Powell his life rights, story, his name and likeness, his software, his websites, all of his possessions, anything in the possession of the police in the West Valley City. And there's a handwritten letter as well to Michael Powell that talks about the change in beneficiaries, designation, and a trust for the children that was written shortly before the death, the suicide, homicides, and that's tab number 22. These documents, I think, gave us concern about Michael Powell's, I'm not going to use the word involvement, but simply saying that we had concerns about safety issues for this deposition and concerns about certain things we saw in these documents. It appears that he was very much had knowledge about what was happening with Josh Powell along the way with the beneficiary changes, and I think it's reasonable to conclude he knew that there was the potential suicide, homicides. The clients have told me that they're concerned for their safety and they're not here for that reason. They only would be here with security. And they've lived this case a lot longer than the rest of us have that are lawyers in this room. And they have fear for their own safety. The also with respect to a record on this, at the insistence of more than my clients, I was asked to look into security last night. And I contacted the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff's sergeant with whom I spoke said, given their knowledge of this case and the intelligence that they conducted before the funeral of the boys, that they would only cover security if there were 2 officers, because they were very concerned. They're both here today. One's out front and one's in the parking lot, awaiting our decision on whether we proceed today. What we also saw in the documents is that, and something that I've confirmed what we knew, was that Michael Powell and Alina Powell applied for the proceeds from the New York life insurance policy on the day that there was a dispute about whether or not Josh Powell would be buried next to his boys after a murder-suicide. And that causes concern too, and this is confirmed in the documents here. With this very public battle over a gravesite, they were applying for the proceeds of the insurance policy. We also found in the documents issues with respect to a trust, and then of course Michael Powell applying for the proceeds in any event with knowledge that there was a trust involved. I practiced almost 30 years. I've been a DA and a defense attorney and done criminal cases. And I'm not going to put people in a situation where if they're concerned for their safety, and they told me that, I'm not going to put them in a situation where there isn't security. I think it's a minimal intrusion. The officers, of course, can't pat down the witness unless without his consent. And he's indicated would not give his consent. We'd be willing to reconvene the deposition at a time where we could have security, and also my clients present. I understand that everybody here has lost loved ones, and I think that makes the emotions run high in any event. And so for those reasons, we've asked to have security today. We emailed counsel last night that we were going to have security here, and given what I learned from the Pierce County Sheriffs, I did have a lot more concern, frankly, when they said they knew of intelligence that caused them to conclude they would only cover this with 2 officers. They also told me that they believed it was appropriate to have officers here today. Anything else? So that's all I have on the record on that right now. If we can take a short break and discuss it, I'd appreciate it.
We're not going to discuss it. We've already discussed it.
No, I mean, you misunderstood me. I'm discussing it with my co-counsel.
Well, you can discuss what you want. Frankly, the documents you referenced that I'm aware of shouldn't give rise to any concern about security or fear on the part of anyone. Particularly before you've even had a chance to ask Mr. Powell about his knowledge of the documents, when he received them, or any number of other questions.
Well, just a minute. What I stated was the documents you gave us in the supplemental disclosures cause us concern.
That's what I'm talking
Right.
about, is the documents we gave you and the ones that you made reference to specifically in your little speech. There's nothing in them that would suggest that Michael Powell is a threat to anyone, or that anyone should have any concern whatsoever for their safety. So let's either proceed with the deposition, or you do what you want. It's your deposition. You've asked my client to come here from Minnesota. You have a right to ask questions. If you want to spend all your time making speeches, you can, but you're wasting our time.
All right. And that was a speech, and it wasn't little. But let me just add a couple more things before we take a quick break. The other concern in this, and also as relayed to me by the police here in Tacoma, was there was issues with Stephen Powell and with respect to his crimes, and issues with respect to potential dangerousness and mental stability. Also with Josh Powell, even though people didn't use security with him, there were concerns about him, and he, of course, did what he did with his children and himself. There's also issues with John Powell, who, as I understand it, has benefits from the state given mental condition, whether it's schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. There was also an issue that Susan Cox Powell raised about Josh Powell about having the same kinds of conditions, and then she put those in emails. And of course, those are all things that can, affect, unfortunately, families. And so these are all things of concern. This is a case that has been predictable only in its being unpredictable. And so I'm erring on the side of caution, at least in making this record and in asking for security. I don't think it's an intrusion to have officers here. They're happy to help. They're not intimidating. I know that council took their picture out the window this morning. And this is not about gamesmanship. This is just about safety, security, and having a deposition where everybody's comfortable and able to proceed. My clients aren't this morning, and we're just going to discuss right now in a break about whether or not we are. So we'll take a couple of minutes and we'll go back on the record, if that's all right.
We're going off the record. The time is 8:39 a.m. We're back on the record. The time is 8:46 a.m.
All right. We're reserving the right to reconvene the deposition based on security concerns, but we're going to ask questions now and see how we go. I've asked the officers to wait, and of course they can't come in here, but we've made a record in terms of our concerns, which we still harbor. Mr. Powell, how old are you?
I'm 30 years old.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
June 23rd, 1982.
Okay. And where were you born?
I was born in Spokane, Washington.
And what are your parents' names?
My parents' names are Stephen Powell and Terry Powell.
Okay. And what schools have you attended?
I did community college at Pierce College here in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I attended the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California.
The Defense Language Institute?
That's correct.
What is that?
It's a school where military linguists learn languages to become linguists in the military.
Okay. And how many years were you there?
I was studying there for a year and a half.
And did you receive any degree from there?
I received a certification, I suppose. It's just a notice that I did complete the program.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing. You're kind of soft-spoken. It was a what kind of program?
It was simply a document showing that I had graduated the Korean language program.
Okay. What other education have you received?
I received a 2-year degree in intelligence operations from Cochise College, Arizona, and I attended Kyunghee University in Korea for about a month for a language refresher. Mm-hmm. And then I got my undergrad degree from the University of Washington, Seattle.
What year did you get your undergrad degree from the University of Washington?
In 2009.
2000.
What was that? I'm sorry.
2009.
Okay, and what was your degree in?
It was in International Studies Asia.
Okay. Have you any advanced degrees or education?
I've been studying at the University of Minnesota for a couple of years now, and I've completed a PhD minor in biomedical engineering, and my major is in cognitive science, but I haven't completed that yet.
Did you ever go to law school?
No, I did not.
Did you ever study law?
No, I did not.
Have you ever run for office?
Yes, I have.
Okay, when was that?
That was in 2008.
What did you run for?
A state representative.
Okay, what district?
District 2
Okay.
in the state of Washington.
And is that in Pierce County?
At this point, I don't recall if the entire district was in Pierce County. Part of it was.
Why did you run for office?
I wanted to. I became very concerned when I was in the military. I became more concerned about other people and more interested in issues around myself, and I wanted to help the people around me. So I became involved in the community.
And did you, what kind of percentage of votes did you get in that race?
As I recall, I think I got about 42% in the general election.
Okay. And what about any other election?
In the primary, I don't remember what percentage of the votes I got, but I did win the primary of that election. And I was also elected delegate in the presidential race of 2008.
A delegate for who?
For Barack Obama.
And what did you do as a delegate for Barack Obama?
The responsibility is to carry the votes of the delegates who elected you from lower levels to the National Convention and vote for the nominee of the Democratic Party.
How many delegates were there in Washington?
National delegates, I want to say maybe 9. I could be misremembering that though.
How about other delegates?
There were a lot of delegates in the state of Washington at lower levels. At the precinct level, there was a very large number of delegates, probably thousands, and I'm guessing on that number. But legislative level delegates, I'm going to guess hundreds, and then or maybe 150. I seem to recall because we had to campaign among ourselves.
Where did you live when you ran for office?
I lived in Pierce County, Washington.
Did you live at your dad's house?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that's the house in Puyallup, is that right?
That's correct.
Is that the same house where your sister Alina and your brother John live right now?
That's correct.
Okay. How long did you live at your dad's house at that period of time?
About a couple years.
How old were you then?
In 2008, I would have been 26.
Okay. Have you lived at your dad's house at other times?
Not at, well, I live not at that house, no.
Have you lived with your dad at other times in your adult life?
Not in my adult life, but before I joined the military, I lived with my dad in another house.
Okay, in Puyallup?
In Puyallup.
Okay. How are you financing your education?
Various means. I worked for part of it. I worked. Which part of the education are you referring to?
All of it.
Okay. When I went to community college, part of it was financed on the Running Start program, which is a program in Washington that pays. You can essentially do college credits in lieu of high school, and it applies toward high school and college.
Okay.
Part of it was financed on that. I also worked at a restaurant. I worked at a warehouse. So I worked various jobs, and between the Running Start and the various jobs, that's how I paid for community college.
And the remainder?
After that, DLI was funded by the military. I did that while I was on active duty. Cochise College, that degree was assembled from transfer credits from Pierce College and from DLI, and I may have applied credits from the University of Washington, I'm not sure. And so that was a degree that I applied for. They had a program with my military training. But and then when I went to the University of Washington, I was drawing GI Bill at that time, and I also had money saved from the military.
And how about now?
Now I'm still drawing GI Bill, and I'm also employed at the University of Minnesota.
What do you do for the university?
I am a research assistant.
In what department?
I'm not actually sure because I'm in a program So it's the cognitive sciences program, and cognitive science is not a department per se.
What is cognitive sciences?
It's a fusion field that includes typically things such as psychology, philosophy, linguistics, neuroscience, and computer science.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it can include other fields such as anthropology or economics. My program only includes the 5 cognate disciplines that I listed first. And sometimes it can differ among schools.
What got you interested in this area?
I've always been interested in how the mind works, and just I guess it's always been just how people reason, I suppose, especially solve problems.
What, if anything, do you plan to do with a degree in this area?
I'd like to continue doing research.
And what specifically, in terms of a type of research?
I'm interested in doing language research, so I would like to understand more about how people process syntax in particular, which includes things like sentence structure and things of this nature. Not a lot is known about that.
How would you expect to be paid for that kind of research?
Well, typically, usually, if you get a PhD, you can obtain either a postdoc or a position at a university, and it would be paid through that.
And when are you going to complete your studies?
Projected 2015.
2015?
That's correct.
And you're saying that the GI Bill covers this until then?
I'm not sure how long I'll be able to continue to draw it, but for a while.
How long did you serve in the military?
For 5 years.
And from what year to what year?
From 2002 to 2007.
Okay, and please tell me then, obviously you enlisted, is that right?
That's correct.
And in what branch of the military?
U.S. Army.
And how old were you then?
I was 20 years old.
20?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
I became just interested in national issues and security, and I wanted to do something good after September 11th. It was in the months following September 11th.
So you enlisted in the Army within months of September 11th, is what you're saying?
Within
the Army?
So October of 2002. I guess it was when my basic training started. So it was in the months following that. And
take me through your assignments in the Army, if you could, please. Where were you first?
I went to basic training in Missouri.
Okay.
And then I studied Korean language at the Defense Language Institute for about a year and a half. Then I did training in Texas, in San Angelo, Texas. And then I was stationed in England for a year and a half.
Doing what?
I can't talk about that.
Okay. What kind of clearance do you have in the military?
Top secret.
Okay, so you were where in England?
I was subordinate to Menwith Hill, Menwith, Hill.
And then I'm sorry, what?
So I was, I don't remember the name of the unit.
The name of what?
The name of the unit.
Okay.
But I think it was called Menwith Hill Battalion.
And then where did you go next?
After that, I did training in Fort Huachuca, Arizona.
And what was that training?
It was a human intelligence collector job training.
It was what?
It was job training for the job designation human intelligence collector.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Then I was stationed in Korea for a year.
Doing what?
Again, I can't talk about it.
Where in Korea?
I was stationed in Seoul for a few months, maybe 6 months, and then I was stationed in Uijeongbu for another 6 months or so.
And then where did you go?
And then I ETS'd, which is separated from at the active component.
And why did you do that?
I felt that I wanted to take my life elsewhere. My term had ended, and so I thought I would see what the civilian world was like again.
What was your discharge?
What was it?
Did you have an honorable discharge?
Yes, I did.
And were you ever disciplined while you were in the military?
I never received any formal or non-judicial punishment of any kind. I received maybe a counseling statement or two while I was at DLI.
And what were those for?
I think I may have been late a time or two.
Anything else?
No.
Did you handle any kind of weaponry while you were in the military?
Yes, I did.
What did you handle?
An M16.
And why?
All soldiers in the military do basic rifle marksmanship using an M16.
Did you ever handle any explosives in the military?
There's one training, in basic training, where we're required to throw a grenade.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Were you ever disciplined or criticized for your use of any kind of weaponry, including explosives?
No, I was not.
And if any intelligence information indicates otherwise, would that be wrong?
What do you mean?
If there's any intelligence information that indicates that you were criticized or disciplined for use of weaponry, including explosives, would that information be wrong?
It would.
Can you think of what would motivate anybody to make false allegations about you from the military?
No, I cannot.
How old are you again right now?
I'm 30 years old.
30. And so you'll have a degree when you're 33? Is that right?
I expect so.
Have you had a full-time job in your life other than being in the military?
When I worked at the warehouse, yes.
Okay, and for what duration was that job?
Only for about maybe a month or 2 months, I'm not sure.
Have you ever been married?
No, I have not.
And since 2000 until the present, can you walk me through where you've lived?
2000, I lived in Puyallup, Washington.
At your dad's?
At my dad's old house. After that, I lived in various places in the military, in the stations that I described. After I got out of the military, I spent a while at my dad's house while I was getting my undergrad.
How long?
About a couple of years.
Okay. And then where else?
And after that, I moved to Minnesota.
And who's paid your living expenses over that period of time, other than when you were in the military?
Starting when I was in, well, from when I joined the military to the present, I've paid my living expenses the entire time.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last thing you said.
From the time I joined the military to the present, I've paid my own living expenses the entire time.
Has anybody else paid your living expenses?
No.
Now, do you currently own, or have you ever owned, jointly or otherwise, any real property in the last 5 years? I own my own house in the state of Minnesota. That's the only real property that I've ever owned singly or jointly. What's the value of that property?
I think right now it's valued at about $90,000-ish.
And when did you buy it?
I bought it in, I want to say September of 2010.
What's the address there?
431 South 7th Street, number 2620.
Okay. And how did you finance buying that house?
I had some money that I saved while I was in the military, and I also have an income from my research assistantship.
Do you currently own, or have you owned jointly or otherwise, any vehicles in the last 5 years?
Yes, I do. I have a 2011 Hyundai Sonata. And before that, I owned a 1997 Ford Taurus. And before that, I think the most recent before that was a Buick that I owned in Arizona.
And did you own any of those vehicles with someone else or just by yourself?
Just myself.
And how did you finance those purchases?
I paid for all of those vehicles cash.
And again, you're talking about having income from your working as a research assistant and savings?
Well, those vehicles I paid for with income from the military.
Who do you bank with?
STCU.
What's that?
Spokane Teachers Credit Union.
Why do you bank there?
I just never changed. I've banked there for a long time.
Does anyone else in your family bank there, or have they?
I believe my dad and brother bank there.
Which brother?
Josh.
Anybody else?
I think Alina does, and I think that I want to say that my mom and I think that my mom has in the past. I'm not sure. I think it was everyone.
Do you have any assets, or have you owned any assets, jointly or otherwise, that are worth more than $1,500 in the last 5 years?
My car, the Hyundai Sonata.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say more than 15,000?
No, 1,500.
1,500. So the Hyundai Sonata is worth more than 1,500. The house I live in is worth more than 1,500. I don't think I own anything. I don't think I have that has been worth more than $1,500.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Washington.
Where in Washington?
The first 10 years of my life, I lived in Spokane, Washington, or Veradale. And after that, I lived in Western Washington.
Where?
In Puyallup.
At your dad's?
That's correct.
And can you name your siblings and their ages?
I have Well, biologically, I have a sister, Jennifer Graves. That relationship is no more than biological. She is perhaps 40-ish now, 39 or 40, I'm guessing. I have, my next oldest sibling is Josh, and he would be maybe 37, I'm guessing. And then John is probably either 35 or 36. And then my younger sister, Alina, is 27.
And you say that Jennifer's a sister biologically, and that's it. What kind of disagreement do you have with Jennifer?
She's always had a very extreme bitterness toward my dad for about 20 years. He left the Mormon church, and she was very upset about that. And we've always had sort of a lukewarm or strained relationship.
Was her only disagreement with your dad the Mormon church
As far
departure?
as I understand, yes.
Are you still in the Mormon faith?
No, I'm not.
And when did you depart from the Mormon faith?
I was really never in it myself.
Were you raised in it?
I was raised around it. I never really considered myself a part of it.
Do you get along with your other siblings, Alina and John?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you get along with your dad, Stephen?
Yes, I do.
How about your mom, Terica?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is your mom, Terica, a truthful person?
She is.
Okay. How about your dad, Stephen?
He is.
And how about Alina?
She is.
How about John?
He is, although given his psychological condition, I don't consider him to be intentionally dishonest, but I would think that his psychological condition may lead to statements that don't reflect.
Yeah, let me talk to you about John just for a minute, if I could. What is he schizophrenic or schizophrenic and bipolar or bipolar? What do you know?
He's bipolar.
Okay. And is he assisted by any kind of state funding?
As far as I understand.
Okay. And he lives there in your dad's house in Puyallup?
That's correct.
What's the physical address there at your dad's house in Puyallup, if you remember it?
18615 94th Avenue, Court, East, Puyallup, Washington.
Is John able to work?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Some of the things that we've learned in this case include things like that he walks around naked or in a diaper. Have you ever seen that?
That's not true.
Okay. Does he have gallows hanging from his ceiling?
No, he does not.
Does he have a picture of a woman with a sword up her vagina on the wall?
I've never seen a picture like that.
Have you known of any writings from John where he wrote about raping a woman and then trussing her up like a turkey and eating her?
No,
So, from your knowledge, what are John's limitations?
What do you mean?
Why is he on state assistance?
I guess that he has highs and lows. I mean, but really, it's more a matter of I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking about the bipolar thing, but actually, I mean, if he goes off his medication, then he becomes very withdrawn.
Okay.
And he may spend more time alone than is normal.
Was Josh a truthful person?
Yes.
Did you spend time with your nephews Charlie and Braden?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you spend time with them after Susan, their mom, disappeared?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me about that, please?
After Susan disappeared, I helped take care of the kids, and I spent time trying to keep them entertained. In some cases, I brushed their teeth or helped feed them. Although Alina did more of that. So
Did Alina get paid for that by Josh?
I'm not sure.
You have. I'll get to this in a minute, which is now Exhibit 1 with subparts. But we got quite a lot of documents from you this week in your supplemental disclosures, and therein in the bank records it showed that Alina was being paid on a regular basis for child care after Susan disappeared. Did you become aware that Alina got paid for child care or not?
I haven't heard of that. I haven't heard of that.
How often did you see Charlie and Braden after Susan disappeared?
After Susan disappeared and Josh lived in the house with us, I saw them on a daily basis.
Okay. And that's the house on 94th Avenue in Puyallup, your
That's
dad's
correct.
house. How long give me an idea of the duration of time you were at the Puyallup house when the kids were alive and you were seeing them?
Approximately 6 or 7 months.
When's the last time you saw them before they died?
Before I went to Minnesota.
When you were growing up, we all have, as you know, documents from the divorce of your dad, Stephen, and your mom, Terry. Do you call her Terry? Does she go by Terry or Terica?
She goes by Terry or Teresa,
Okay.
so it's Teresa.
She indicated in some sworn documents that Josh had attempted suicide in his youth, in his teen years. Was that true?
I don't believe so.
But you said your mom's a truthful person.
She, there were a lot of influences from the broader community in that.
From the what?
From the broader community in that case. And
Are you talking about the Mormon Church?
that's correct.
But you've never known your mom to lie, have you?
Not myself.
Okay. She also said that Josh pulled a knife on her when she asked him to do the dishes. That he pulled a knife on her and said, "Don't push me, Mom." Do you remember anything about that?
That's been talked about by various family members.
Right.
And that was described as misstated.
By what? As a what?
As misstated,
As misstated?
right.
Have you actually read the
Sure.
declaration where your mom said that happened, that Josh pulled actually a knife on her and said, "Don't push your luck, Mom." Or "Don't push me," I think was what it was.
I'm not sure because I read some declarations, but it was a long time ago.
Have you read the divorce file?
I've read some of it.
Okay. And why did you read it?
I had both my parents told me things, about what happened during the divorce and who said what and things of this nature. And I simply wanted to know for my own personal reasons, which things were true and which weren't, and which things may have been misremembered or transmitted incorrectly.
Is your sister Jennifer writing a tell-all book based upon those documents?
I don't know.
Were there allegations that your dad had pornography around you boys when you were growing up?
No.
Okay. Did he have pornography around you boys when you were growing up?
No.
What were your phone numbers for the last 10 years, your cell phone and landlines?
Do you mean his personal or the family's, or what are you including in
I
that?
said his, so I'm referring to yours. Any where you could be reached, I guess.
Well, my current number is 253 310 8477.
Okay.
That's the only phone number of mine that I can remember.
Do you have a landline?
No, I don't.
And then with respect to communicating with Josh, would you talk on that phone when you talk to Josh?
Yes.
Okay. Any other phone?
Well, not from Minnesota, no.
Not from what?
Not from Minnesota.
Okay.
Not from
What about
Minnesota, no.
from anywhere?
Well, years ago, we may have talked on the home phone, which...
In Puyallup. When you say home
Right.
phone, you're talking about Puyallup, the
Right.
94th Street.
Right.
And you would talk, you mean you were in Puyallup and he was somewhere else, like in Utah, or what? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. What about email? What kind of devices do you use? Do you have a computer?
I do.
Okay. iPad?
No.
Okay. Do you have any kind of tablet?
No.
Do you have any kind of BlackBerry or iPhone or other kind of Android or whatever they call them?
No.
So, but you use a cell phone though, right?
Right.
Okay, but it's not a device beyond a cell. Did you ever communicate?
It was, I did not use a device other than a flip phone.
Did you ever communicate with Josh via email?
A little bit.
And under what circumstances?
He, sometimes we emailed back and forth. Sometimes he was writing court declarations and asked me to proofread them.
Court declarations for what?
Regarding the kids, for example.
Okay. Why would he ask you to proofread them, do you think?
Because I'm in a PhD program, I guess.
Because of what?
Because I'm in a PhD program and I read,
Okay.
read and write well, or sort of.
And any other emails with Josh?
Well, he sent a couple. I was CC'd on a couple of emails before he died.
And who was he sending emails to where he CC'd you?
He sent them to Alina.
And what were they about?
One of them was a one of them was a note that.
You okay?
Take a break.
Let's take a minute.
We're going off the record. The time is 9:23 a.m. We're back on the record. The time is 9:35 a.m.
And I wanted to remind you to keep your voice up. I know
Sure.
that you kind of drop at the end of the sentence and you're soft-spoken, but the court reporter is having a hard time hearing. And we also have a representative, a lawyer with New York Life on the phone who's having trouble hearing. So, and I'll keep reminding you as we go if we need to, if that's okay.
I understand. Thank you.
We left off talking about emails, that where you were CC'd and they were between Alina and your brother Josh. First of all, when were those emails, if you recall?
Those emails were sent on the day he died.
Okay. And are those the ones, well, what did they say?
One of them was a note. It was a voice message that said he couldn't live without his kids.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was another note, a written one,
Mm-hmm.
and there were a couple other emails that were dealing with administrative matters of some sort.
Did Elena forward those to you, or these ones where you were CC'd?
I was CC'd.
Okay.
on
And the
them, I think.
administrative matters ones, were those sent at the same time as the ones that said I can't live without my kids?
I think so.
On the 5th of February?
I think so.
Okay. What kind of, with Josh's communications, obviously he had a computer, right?
Right.
And he emailed people, is that right?
Right.
Did he also use some kind of a handheld device, whether it was an iPhone or BlackBerry or anything else like that?
I'm not sure for my part. He may have.
Did he email often, do you know?
I think he did for work. I don't know, because he worked from home. So.
And in fact, he worked in computers, didn't he?
That's correct.
And was he kind of known as a computer geek or freak? I mean, that he had a real interest in computers?
Not so much, but he became very interested in programming. I think that at some point several years back, he figured out that he was able to do it, somehow got his foot in the door in the sense that he got some initial expertise, and eventually became a database engineer.
Right. So I just want to kind of go through the devices both of you had. You had a cell phone. Josh had a cell phone, right?
Right.
What was Josh's number?
I don't know.
And you had a computer, he had a computer, right?
Right.
You did not have a mobile device, did he?
Well, he had a cell phone, and I had a cell phone.
What about social media sites? Were you on Facebook? Or have you been at any time?
I have been, but I almost never use Facebook.
Is your page still up?
It is.
And is it under Michael Powell or a different name?
I'm not sure, because I mean, it's under Michael Powell, but I'm not sure, you know, the middle initial or anything like that.
Do you get messages still, or do you know?
I haven't checked it in maybe 6 or 8 months or more.
How long did you have it
but,
before that?
I think I set one up for the first time after I got out of the military.
Out of what?
After I got out of the military.
Okay. And then did Josh ever have a Facebook page?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know.
I don't know, okay. And were you ever on Twitter?
No.
Was he ever on Twitter?
No. Or I
Any
don't
of
know.
the others for either of you? Quorum, Pin Interests, any of those?
No, I don't know what those are.
Tumblr? No, you're shaking your head. You're saying no.
So,
Okay.
sorry, no, I'm not familiar with those.
Okay. How about Skype?
Services.
Did either of you use Skype?
No.
Did any of you, what about the rest of your family, your siblings and your parents? How did they communicate? How did everyone communicate within the family other than you and Josh?
Josh talked on the phone with, I think everyone, including, me, Alina, my mom, and my dad.
Any other means of communication or mode of communication?
I wouldn't know. I'm not sure.
Alina is also really into computers, isn't she? Spends a lot of time on the computer.
Spends time on the computer.
Okay. And she's not employed, is that right?
I don't think so.
And she's capable of setting up websites, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay, and so are you, right?
Simple ones.
Okay.
But-
And Josh did as well, didn't he?
Josh was able to build websites.
Okay, and pretty sophisticated websites, isn't that true?
It seemed like he was getting better over time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does Alina use Twitter, Facebook, or any other social networks that you know of?
I know she's done some virtual games online,
Okay.
and I don't know much about that, but to my knowledge, I think that's what she has spent time doing on the computer.
Okay, from the time that Susan went missing until Josh and the boys died, do you use any other devices other than what we've just talked about to communicate?
I don't think so, no.
And do you still have those devices, your computer and your cell phone?
I have my cell phone.
Okay. What about your computer?
I have a computer. I've another one malfunctioned.
When did that happen?
Several months ago.
What did you do with it?
It was. I still have it.
Okay. In the 2 weeks before Susan disappeared, what was your communication? What kind of communication did you have with Josh? The 2 weeks before Susan disappeared, back in December of '09.
Phone conversation.
Okay. And tell me about those, please.
Well, in the time immediately before Susan disappeared, those 2 weeks or month, that period, things sounded normal in the house. I talked to him.
Okay.
I seem to recall that he was working on a deck, or at that time, and yeah, I mean, I didn't detect anything that I would really describe as salient or out of character, so.
How many times do you think you talked to him during that time?
I'm not really sure. We talked fairly regularly, so maybe a couple times a week or something. So if I were to guess, maybe 4 times or 6 times, or I'm not sure.
Do you want to take a quick break?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
And then
Unplug your microphone.
Oh yeah, thank you.
We're going off the record. The time is 9:44 a.m. We're back on the record. The time is 9:49 a.m.
What else do you remember about phone conversations, any other conversations with Josh Powell, your brother, in the weeks before, or the month, I should say, before Susan disappeared?
Well, he talks a lot about programming and his job and stuff, pretty much all the time. So there's a lot of that kind of content. I don't remember that very specifically. Things, I mean, usually we would talk for a while, and the phone would end up on speakerphone, and we'd be in sort of a continuous conversation / intermittent mode. And
How long would the calls last?
I'm not sure. Maybe an hour or 2.
An hour or 2?
Right.
What else did you talk about?
Me and Josh, I mean, that's pretty much, he talked about the things that he was interested in, and if he was building a deck at the time, then he was talking about the deck a lot, and how to build it, and how to lay a foundation, or how to cut the boards, or, I mean, just stuff like that. He'd be comparing it to other people that are building other decks, and he'd be describing how he was trying to do it right and learn about it, and so on. His programming, he talked about all the time, and I couldn't even tell you what programming project he was working on at that time, because the programming stuff, he does completely different kind of programming than I do, so I'm not able to follow the kinds of things that he's talking about all the time.
What about if we go back to a year before she disappeared? Tell me about any communications, first of all, that you had with Josh during that time, please.
It was more or less the same. He was already, I think he was already into programming at that time. He was already trying to turn that into more of a career. And so he talked about that a lot.
Okay. What about, oh, go ahead, I didn't let you finish.
I'm not sure what, sometimes he would talk about other projects and things. I mean, he had been in realty, and I'm not sure if he was still talking about that, or if he had mostly given that up by then. I'm just not very aware of the timeline.
Did he talk about his wife or kids?
He did, a little bit, but I don't remember really what he said. I'm not sure that we really had conversations about that, but he would talk about the things that she was doing, or she was, you know, headed off to work, or, you know, she was doing this, or he was going to pick up the kids. He talked a lot about his activities with the kids, and he was pretty much doing activities with the kids all the time. He would take them to the zoo, to the aquarium. He did projects with the kids. Later on, he was doing stuff, these Lowe's projects where you build things together with the kids. I don't know if he was doing them back then.
Did he work back then?
I've never really known him not to work. There have been times when he was between jobs, but yeah, he worked.
Did he work out of the house?
I'm not sure. He may have while he was in realty. I'm not sure if he.
Do you know what his income was per year?
After he was a computer programmer, he made about $50,000 a year.
Do you know what Susan's income was a year?
I'm not sure.
Do you know who made more, Susan or Josh?
Josh did.
Josh did. How do you know
yes,
that?
He did. They had talked about, I mean, Josh had mentioned little things about their finances and stuff. I got the impression that the total household income was maybe $80,000 or $90,000 a year, and I'm not sure exactly, but I know that Josh's contribution was about $50,000, and Susan was working as a call center representative at Wells Fargo, and I'm not sure exactly what the income was there.
Did you ever know her to work as a stockbroker at Wells Fargo?
No. I never heard anything about her working as a stockbroker, but I believe she had knowledge of financial matters. She had some kind of a certification that...
So did, when you talk about the relative incomes of Susan and Josh, did you review their bank records and incomes and tax returns?
Not very much. I looked at the tax returns.
Okay, and how did you get those?
I asked the family if there were any documents related to this.
Which family?
I asked Alina and I asked my mom.
Okay.
And Alina was able to produce some documents.
How did she get them?
That seemed relevant. I'm not sure.
And that's what we got in our supplemental disclosures from you this week, right?
Right.
Are all those documents in the submission that we received from Alina?
I believe so, yeah.
Did Alina have a power of attorney to get Josh's documents?
I don't know.
Did Alina, Did you ask Alina where these things come from?
No.
Have you asked anybody where they came from?
No.
Do you want to know where they came from?
Do I want to know? I assumed that they were among his things. I'm not sure.
Okay, they're in the house because he lived on 94th Street in Puyallup with your dad, other than the rental in Graham when he and the boys died, right?
Right.
Okay. Did he have his own bedroom in that house? Do you know?
I think that when I was there, he and the children shared a bedroom.
And do you know whether or not he ever lived in that rental in Graham where the fire occurred?
Do I know whether he lived there?
Right.
He did live there.
Did you ever visit him there?
I did not.
Okay. In the weeks before Susan disappeared, did Josh ever talk to you about taking a camping trip with the kids up in the mountains in the snow?
He never mentioned anything that specific, but he talked about an upcoming camping trip, which was usual for him.
Did he ever say he was going to take that trip at midnight when it was snowing with the
No.
2-year-old and 4-year-old?
No.
Was your dad around Josh during that time, the weeks before Susan disappeared? Was your dad in Utah?
No.
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure he didn't have any. I mean, I lived with him, and I didn't notice any time unaccounted for, time in any other time out of town or anything like that.
Was he driving a van at that time that belonged to the Department of Corrections?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of anybody at the Department of Corrections saying that he took about a 2-week trip over to Utah in that van around the time that Susan disappeared?
That's false.
Okay. False?
That is false. A 2-week trip, I can't account for that.
How about a 1-week trip?
No way.
How about a 3-day trip?
Highly doubt it. There's no way.
Do you know if the Department of Corrections had to detail a van that your dad was driving at that time when he came back from Utah because of fluid damage? You have to
No.
say no out loud, okay. Did you ever see any damage to the back of that van around the time that Susan disappeared
No, I
from
didn't.
any kind of substance?
No, I didn't.
Did you get into that van at any time?
We drove. Yeah. I mean, and I'm not sure. I was going to the gym at that time, and so was my dad, and so sometimes we took my car and sometimes we took his car, and
Okay. And his
often
car would be the DOC van.
The van.
Okay.
And so yeah, I was in the van.
Did you
quite
ever
a bit.
smell something foul smelling in that van?
No.
Have you ever seen human blood?
I've had nosebleeds, and yeah.
Did you see any blood in the back of that car?
No, I did not.
Did you look?
No, I did not.
Where's that van now, do you know?
I'm not sure. It may still be at the house, because I'm not sure if it. He may have purchased it from the Department of Corrections,
Oh, I
and
see.
that may be the one that is still there. I'm not sure.
And your dad's in prison right now, right? Up
That's
in Monroe?
correct.
And he gets out in May?
I believe so. Yes.
Did you talk to Susan on the... Well, let me ask you this first. In the year before Susan disappeared, did you talk to her on the phone or email with her?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay, and what's a little bit?
Really, the only time I talked to her was with the phone conversations with Josh. And
On the
so-
speaker?
On the speaker, or sometimes she would pick up the phone, and we'd be talking for a few minutes before I got on with Josh, or maybe if he went to take care of something, then I might talk to her just briefly.
And did you talk to Susan after the date of her claimed disappearance?
No, I did not.
Do you know if Josh did or claimed to?
I don't believe so.
Where were you on the day of her disappearance?
I was at the house in Puyallup, Washington.
Your dad's house on 94th?
That's correct.
Who else was home?
My dad, my sister, my brother John,
And where were you for the 2 weeks before Susan went missing?
I was at that house continuously.
In Puyallup?
Yes.
Did you go to Utah at all?
I went a week after Susan disappeared.
And why did you go then?
Josh called me, and he was upset. He was in tears. He was taking care of 2 little kids, and he said that he just needed help taking care of his kids. And I got on the road and went down there.
You drove?
Yes.
How long did it take you to drive there?
It's about a day and a half.
So how many hours total?
14-ish.
Where was Josh when Susan disappeared, if you know?
I don't know.
Where was Josh in the week after her disappearance, if you know?
I don't know.
And I've already asked you about Stephen's whereabouts, but I just want to establish, do you know Stephen's whereabouts in the 2 weeks before Susan disappeared, generally?
My dad was at the house as well.
Every day?
Yes.
And can you be sure about that?
Yes.
Where was your dad in the week after Susan disappeared?
He was also at the house.
And you're sure about that?
Yes, I am.
How did you learn about Susan's disappearance?
We were called one morning. I got up. There was a call. Somebody was concerned that the family seemed to be missing, and we were told that they were worried that the family had died of carbon monoxide poisoning in the house.
Now, who called? Do you remember?
I think it was my mom.
Okay.
Maybe my mom called my sister, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
My sister Alina, because she lived there.
Okay. And did you, and then what did you do when you got that call? If anything?
We sat at the dining room table, just waiting for more information.
And did you get it?
We got more information over time. I was told that the police broke a window and were able to get into the house, and then later I guess there was a call from Josh, or somebody called him and called him back from, I guess turns out to be a camping trip.
So, okay, and who was it that called him back from a camping trip?
I don't know.
How'd you learn this?
I don't know. I got this impression from the events.
So, did you talk to Josh?
After a couple of days, I think.
A couple of days after Susan disappeared?
I think so.
What was the conversation?
I'm not really sure. It's hard to put the events back together. I think that he called our family. I seem to recall a discussion on speakerphone, and he was just describing some of what was going on down there.
What did he say?
I'm not sure. It sounded like there was just a lot of commotion. His wife was missing, and yeah, I'm not sure. It was a long time ago.
Did he say what he thought happened to her? That she ran off with somebody? I mean, anything like that?
No. I got the impression that the first day he was expecting her to come back because she occasionally left And sometimes he didn't always know her whereabouts for periods of, a few hours or whatever. And as time went on, I got the impression that he was just getting more and more upset and distraught. By the end of the week, he was in tears, and that's when I remember, because that's when I went down there.
She disappeared for hours at a time, Susan, with a 2 and a 4-year-old? She would disappear for hours at a time, Susan Powell?
Sometimes, yeah. She would go out. She would go out with friends, or she would go out with, and I'm not sure exactly what kind of things she would be doing, but she would leave, and it would be a period of hours, and he didn't always know exactly where she was, and I'm not sure.
That's according to Josh, right?
Right.
Susan never say that to you, that she'd be gone inexplicably for periods of time and leave her 2-year-old and her 4-year-old?
Well, I would be talking to him on speakerphone. Sometimes he was alone in the house, or that was the impression that I got. And I'm not sure if he knew where she was or not.
Did Josh claim? I'm sorry. What'd you say? Finishing.
I say I'm not sure if he knew where she was or not during those times.
Was she a good mother?
I think so.
And did she? Did Josh claim to have talked to Susan any time after the date of her disappearance, if you know?
He never claimed to have any contact with her afterward.
Did you ever talk to Josh about his potential involvement in Susan, or role in Susan's disappearance?
I didn't.
Did anyone in your family?
I don't know. They may have. It was mainly people outside the family that were asking about those things.
And like who? The law enforcement, you mean?
Law enforcement. He gave several lengthy interviews with law enforcement, and I'm assuming, or I got the impression, that they asked a large number of questions about that. People in the media were interested, and they wanted to know his whereabouts and activities. I guess people outside the family, but I'm not sure who will.
Did you ever talk to your dad about his potential role in Susan's disappearance?
No.
Did you ever talk to your dad about anything about, or did anyone talk to your dad about his potential interference, or his potential involvement, excuse me?
No.
Do you think Susan's dead or alive?
I don't know.
You don't have an opinion?
No. I'm a scientist by trade, and that's kind of the way I am all the time. I mean, I reserve judgment until I feel like I have something to say about something.
Have you reviewed anything about what was in the unsealed search warrant affidavit in Utah about items connected to this case? You know, blood found in the house, her note in the safe deposit box, things like that?
I'm not aware of anything like that. I had heard rumors about a couple of those things, but I didn't have any experience with any things like that.
What is your belief about Josh's role in Susan's disappearance or death?
I don't believe that he was involved.
Okay, why not?
He never gave any indication that he could have been involved. He just didn't act like it. In the months following her disappearance, he just acted like a pretty concerned husband. I got the impression that he and the Coxes were grieving more than anyone else, and it all seemed very normal to me.
What about, what's your belief with respect to your dad's role in Susan's disappearance or death?
I don't find that realistic.
Why not?
He was 1,000 miles away. He was completely surprised and blindsided by all of the events as they were, as we were finding out about them, when the family was missing, in the days afterward. I had conversations with him, and he just didn't seem to know anything, and he just doesn't seem like the person that is in any way capable of being involved in something like that.
Did you have any role in Susan's disappearance?
No, I did not.
Have you had any communications with any person still alive today concerning communications with Josh about Susan's disappearance or the whereabouts of her body, whereabouts in general?
Object to the form, but if you understand the question, go ahead and answer.
You're asking if I talked to someone else about talking to Josh?
Mm-hmm.
I talked to the West Valley City Police.
Mm-hmm.
They interviewed me about a year ago.
Okay.
They went to Minneapolis, and they asked me a number of questions. Most of it to me seemed unrelated to Susan's disappearance or her whereabouts. They may have asked me about well, I do remember questions about my phone conversations with Josh leading up to Susan's disappearance.
Yeah, did you tell him anything other than what you told us here?
No.
How long did you spend with the police?
2.5 hours.
What is your knowledge or your belief about regarding the whereabouts of Susan or her body?
I don't know.
Do you have any opinions of where she might be?
No.
Do you believe that Susan deliberately disappeared, caused her own disappearance?
I don't know.
Have you ever claimed that she ran off with another man?
No, I have not.
Has Josh?
He has not claimed it. I heard there was some talk about a possible lead in a person named Stephen Kosher.
Mm-hmm.
That person was in the West Valley City area at the time she disappeared, and then he disappeared under what seemed to me to be odd circumstances.
And why do you say odd circumstances?
He, he was acting weird from about the time Susan disappeared, and made some weird trips around Utah and Nevada and different things like that. And then he finally ended up somewhere south of Utah or in Nevada or something, and went missing from there. And all I heard about that was that he parked in some kind of, I got the impression like a residential area, and was caught on some kind of a surveillance camera walking away from his car. And they said he was walking away briskly, as if he were just happy, normal or something. And his car remained there, and I'm not aware of any further developments in that.
Do you know if Susan ever knew him?
I don't know.
Would Susan ever leave her kids?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Any indication that you had during the time you knew her that she would abandon her children?
I'm not sure. Well, I don't know what an indication is that a person would abandon her children. There was it was kind of an odd incident where she yelled at Braden while I was on the phone.
Okay.
I don't really consider that an indication that a person will leave her children. It seemed sort of within the bounds of normalcy, although she was a little upset. Bounds of normalcy. I seemed kind of, on the outskirts of normal, I guess.
Other than Jennifer's kids, how many nieces and nephews do you have?
Jennifer's kids, and then there were Josh's kids.
Right.
And
Who are gone.
Right.
Have you ever seen a mother yell at a child?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did you ever discuss life insurance with Susan?
No.
Did you ever talk to her about her marriage?
No.
Did you ever talk to her about her employment?
There may have been conversations while she was a hairdresser. She used to be a hairdresser way back when, but I haven't talked to her recently about her employment.
Did you ever talk to her about how much she was making?
No, I did not.
Okay. Any discussions that you had with Josh or Susan about Susan's retirement accounts and intended use of that money?
No.
Do you know, did Josh have a retirement account?
I believe so.
Do you know for certain?
I don't know for certain.
Who was tending to Josh's affairs after he killed Charlie and Braden and killed himself?
I mainly my sister,
Alina?
and then Alina. My cousin Nikki was in the area.
Nikki?
Nikki.
Nikki who?
Nikki Cardenas.
Okay, go ahead.
She traveled to Washington after Josh died.
Okay.
My mom traveled to Washington after Josh died as well.
From Utah.
From Utah. And I'm not sure who all attended to what affairs. I got the impression that Alina was handling some things, such as obtaining the ashes, for example.
Where are his ashes now?
I believe they're at the house. I don't know.
Was there any attempt to bury him by Charlie and Braden?
I don't know.
You what?
I don't know. I heard rumors about that, but I don't know.
Do you know if it was your mom and Alina that tried to do that and actually bought a plot?
No.
Had you heard that?
I hadn't heard about buying a plot. I heard something about a possibility of burying Josh.
By the boys?
Right.
And was... Go ahead.
And that it was ultimately abandoned, so we cremated Josh.
And who was behind the effort to bury him by the boys? Wasn't that your mom and your sister?
I don't know of any effort. I'm not sure.
Well, did they talk about doing that?
Not really. I had heard about that. And
did they go to the funeral home or to the cemetery and make arrangements and put down money?
I'm not sure.
Did you look at Josh's computer after he died?
No.
Did you look at any of his personal effects?
No.
Did you look at anything that had ever been in his possession?
No.
Did you try to help with settling his affairs?
Well, I helped, when I was asked, but I was just very far away, and so.
What did you do to help?
I'm not sure. I guess I provided moral support. I don't know. We had phone conversations, but I didn't really handle his affairs because I was very far away. So I didn't talk to the funeral home director or anything like that.
Did you come out for the boy's funeral?
We, I think that for our part, we haven't really had Josh's funeral. We haven't had a chance to do it, and we're probably going to have our own funeral for that.
But there was a funeral in Tacoma where a number of members of your family attended, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Did you attend that funeral?
No, I did not.
Okay. The does he have a will?
I heard that he did, but I don't know.
And who did you hear that from?
My dad mentioned that he had a will.
Who has possession of it? Do you know?
Possession of the will?
The will.
I don't know.
What are the terms of the will, if you know?
I don't know.
What kind of assets did Josh have? Do you know?
Josh had a house in Utah.
Right. Anything
Um,
else?
I don't know.
Was that house underwater?
I know, well, I don't know. I never heard anything about that.
Did Josh have a name a personal representative or executor in connection with his will?
Not that I'm aware of.
Who would know?
It's possible that the West Valley City Police might know because they have his belongings. They may have documents or other things that could tell them.
Do you know, have you ever talked to Josh about his potential involvement in Susan's disappearance?
No, I haven't.
You are awfully close, it sounds like. 2-hour phone calls on a
Right.
regular basis, and you never talked about it.
He said he wasn't involved, but
That was it?
right.
Did Josh think she was still alive when he killed himself?
I got the impression that he did.
And why did he say he thought she was still alive?
He was, I think that the events with Stephen Kosher had sort of caused him to reevaluate the situation, or I'm not sure.
Would it be fair to say that they were the only two missing people out of Salt Lake City and West Valley over the period of a year? So he put them together as running off together?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how many people go missing from Utah.
Other than life insurance policies, did you have any other financial interests with Josh and or Susan Powell?
No.
Okay. What specific words did Josh say to you, and did you say to him regarding Susan's disappearance?
I don't remember the specific
Can you think of
words.
anything at all?
He felt that he was being victimized, harassed. He felt that the people were not making an effort to look for his wife. He was very upset. He was upset and felt that the investigation should follow other leads, that they weren't following enough leads.
And you wouldn't have helped anybody that was involved in your disappearance, is that right?
No, I would not.
And if somebody asked you to, you'd immediately notify law enforcement, isn't that right?
I would.
Do you know if Josh has ever committed any crime of any kind or engaged in criminal behavior of any kind?
There was a rumor about 25 years ago. He and some other teenagers were poking around on some abandoned property or something, and an adult caught them, and I'm assuming called the police or whatever, because I think that he was charged with some kind of trespassing or something about the adults didn't like the kids there. So,
Do you know if ever he's used any of his own funds or community funds for illegal purposes?
no,
Illegal activities?
no.
What kind of things did he spend disposable income on?
He would buy computer equipment. Sometimes he would buy games, or he liked software. Sometimes he would buy programming suites. So an IDE, for example, integrated development environment, he would spend money on things like that. He spent a lot of money on the kids and activities with the kids. I'm not sure what else.
Do you know how much of his money he spent on life insurance premiums?
No.
Do you know how much Susan spent of her earnings on life insurance premiums?
No, I don't.
You said you went out to Josh's place in Utah about a week after Susan disappeared, is that right?
That's correct.
And had anybody else from the family gone out to his home before you got there to help him?
Not from another place. No, not from another city.
Okay,
or
who,
state.
who, if anyone, went to help him other than you at that time or time period?
Alina went with me.
Okay. So you drove together?
That's correct.
Okay, and where'd you stay?
We didn't stay anywhere on the way there. We drove straight.
Straight through, okay.
That's correct. On the way back, we stayed at a motel in Baker City.
Do you believe Josh was capable of participating in or causing the disappearance or death of his wife?
No.
Prior to February 5th of 2012, did you have any evidence that Josh was capable of committing a criminal act such as murder upon another human being?
Not at all.
You stated you had no evidence prior to Charlie's and Braden's murders that Josh was capable of committing a criminal act on another human being. Isn't that right?
I had no evidence, no.
Why did you wait a number of days before going out to see Josh after Susan's disappearance, if there was any reason?
I hadn't planned to go out to see him. He asked me to go.
And when he asked you, did you go right away?
I did.
And did you stay at his house at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
I went there. He asked me to take care of his kids, or help him take care of his kids.
Okay.
I went there, and I stayed at his house for the week that I was there.
How was he acting?
He was very upset, and he often broke down. He was in tears quite a bit. He especially broke down when Susan, effects of hers, came into his consciousness. If he saw an object that was hers, or if someone talked about her. And sometimes, while taking care of the kids, her absence became known because they both took care of the kids.
What did the kids say about their mom during that time?
They didn't really talk to me a lot because I didn't really know them very well at the time. They had visited before in Washington, for example, while I ran for office. And so I had seen the kids before, but that was years before, or a year, I guess, maybe before.
Did you hear them say anything about their mom? Where's my mom? Anything like that?
They talked about where's mommy.
Did they say anything about mommy's in a mine or mommy's in the trunk of the truck, things like that?
No.
Did you know those kids ever went camping at midnight with their dad in the snow? Ever?
Yeah.
They did?
Yeah.
When?
There was an incident in specific a year before where they did almost exactly the same thing.
Where?
Where?
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
In Utah?
Yes.
Have the kids talked about it? Do you know?
I'm not aware.
In fact, after this claimed trip where Susan disappeared, surrounding the time that Susan disappeared, didn't Josh do it in Tacoma about a year later?
About a year after she disappeared?
Mm-hmm.
He went on, I don't know about a year later.
Yeah, sometime later. I'm not sure exactly.
Sure, yeah, he went on camping trips after she disappeared.
And did he alert the media that he was doing that?
No.
Do you know one way or the other?
I do, because he mentioned that he was going camping out to Mount Rainier. He said that he was going to go out camping, and I said, well, Josh, I don't know if is that a good idea, because some people are complaining about that, and I said, maybe you ought to just kind of give that hobby a break for a little while. And he said, no, it's fine, nobody's going to know about it, and it just doesn't matter, I mean.
Do you know how it got to the press?
I wasn't aware it had got to the press.
Other than life insurance policies, do you have any financial interests, or have you had financial interests with Josh and or Susan?
No.
Are you the named beneficiary in anyone else's life insurance policy?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any life insurance policies?
Not currently, no.
Have you ever had any?
When I was in the military, I had there's a standard benefit. It's called SGLI. I don't know what that stands for. And the benefit is about $400,000. It's standard.
Who are your beneficiaries?
I named Steve Powell as a beneficiary. He was my next of kin.
Anybody else?
No.
How much are those policies worth? This policy worth?
My policy?
Yeah.
$400,000.
And what year were these taken out, or?
They were active while I was active in the military from
Okay.
2002 to 2007.
Have you ever changed the beneficiaries in your policies?
No.
Or your policy? Why not?
I don't have it anymore, and I didn't change it while I was in the military, and it was difficult to do administrative things in the military. There were things like changing home of record or changing things of that nature that I never attempted to do.
Do you now, or have you ever had an ongoing financial interest with Alina or Stephen Powell?
No.
When were you made aware that you were a beneficiary on Josh and or Susan's life insurance policies?
Several days after, I got a letter from Josh on December 3rd.
The handwritten one?
Right.
Is that the first you knew that you were a beneficiary in his policy?
Yes.
Or any of these policies? And we talked earlier about communication by email and phone. Has he ever written you a letter longhand, other than the one that we have here in the exhibits? Like that? In his adult life?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't remember anything like that, no.
Okay, and that's number 22 that we're going to get to in a second. Other than the policies involved in this case, have you ever been named as a beneficiary of a policy taken out by Josh or Susan in the past?
I don't know. I'm not aware.
Did Susan Powell ever discuss with you, or are you aware of her having any discussions with your father or any of your siblings about Josh Powell's involvement in the viewing or manufacturing of obscene visual representations of children or the sex abuse of children?
No.
Object to the form.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
Did Susan Powell ever discuss with you, or were you aware of her having any discussion with your father or any of your siblings that she would divorce, leave, or remove Josh Powell as a beneficiary to her estate for his viewing or manufacture of obscene visual representations of children or the sexual abuse of children?
Object to the form. You
No.
can answer.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
Did Susan Powell ever indicate to you, or are you aware of your father or any of your siblings having discussions with her that Joshua Powell engaged in the services of prostitutes?
Object to the form.
No.
Did Susan Powell ever indicate to you, or are you aware of your father or any of your siblings having discussions with her that she would divorce, leave, or remove Joshua Powell as a beneficiary of her estate due to his use of prostitutes?
Object to the
No.
form.
Did you ever communicate with Susan about being made a beneficiary of any of these policies of Josh, Susan, and the children?
I don't know, and the reason is that probably in early 2009, Josh and Susan called me. They were
Okay.
doing some type of financial planning.
Early?
Josh-
Did you say early in 2009?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So Josh described that they were doing some kind of financial. But she didn't know me terribly well because I was in the military, and she just wanted to ask me some questions and talk to me a little, because they were thinking about assigning a responsibility related to the financial stuff to somebody, and I was among the people they were considering.
Financial stuff, what did that mean?
I don't know.
What did you
They
think
talked-
it meant?
They talked about financial planning, and I got the impression that it was some type of estate planning.
How old were they then?
I think Susan would have been maybe 27 at the time. I think that Josh, in 2009, he must have been 33 or something.
So they asked you some questions. This is early 2009, right? And why is this conversation coming to your memory? What was significant about it?
They said it was an important responsibility. They seemed to be very interested in it. They seemed to be just conducting their planning very seriously, and they took it very seriously. And they had indicated that I might be named for a responsibility, and so it stood out in my mind a little bit because of that.
What kind of responsibility? For the kids?
I don't know.
You knew they took out the policies in 2007, not 2009, right?
I was aware that the policies were taken out in 2007. I was not aware at the time. I am more now.
Any other conversations with them about financial planning
No,
that they were doing? Okay, just the one.
just the one.
And were you on your cell phone?
I'm not sure.
And what about them? Were they on a cell phone or a landline?
I'm not sure.
Did Susan Powell ever indicate, oh, let's see here. Wait. Was there any other time talking with Susan or Josh about being a designee as a beneficiary on any life insurance policy?
No.
What was your email account at that time?
At which time?
When you had this conversation you just talked to me about?
I'm not sure. I've switched email accounts a number of times since.
What email addresses have you had in your adult life?
I had one at corelinguist@yahoo.com.
Okay.
I've had one at sleepinggin@gmail.com.
Gin or Jim?
So it's SLEEPINGDJINN.
Any others?
I have my university email.
Which is what?
Powell347. That's POWEL 347 at umn.edu.
And what was your phone number at that time?
It was the same. My current cell phone.
Okay. Was this conversation recorded?
The one with Susan and Josh? No.
When did you see any official paperwork first on the policies?
When I received it, early after the policies, a few people attempted to contact me. My mom was in contact with someone at Beneficial Life, and they produced a partial copy of a trust. I received more documents over the course of litigation from my attorney.
When did you first see the New York Life documents?
The interpolator?
No, the policies.
That was when I received them in the documents from my attorney.
Did you recognize Josh or Susan's signatures on any of this paperwork?
No, I didn't know what their signatures looked like.
You didn't know what your brother's signature looked like?
No.
When you first learned of Susan's disappearance, you were in Puyallup at the house, right?
That's correct.
And it sounds like the first person that told you about it was your mom?
She called family members at the house, and
Okay.
so I heard it secondhand. It was talked about in the house.
When was it? Well, what was said in the house?
It was said that the first thing that was said was that the family is missing, and nobody knew where they were, and there was concern about perhaps they had died of carbon monoxide poisoning inside the house.
What email addresses did Josh have back then?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Had you ever emailed him? I think you said you had.
I don't know, because the email accounts link and then you type a partial
What were
of
the
their
first few
name.
letters that you typed when you emailed Josh?
His JOS, his name.
Did you ever email Susan?
No,
Did they have a joint email account, do you know?
not that I'm aware of.
Did he ever have more than one address, do you know, during this time period?
Which time period?
When Susan disappeared?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm only aware of the house in Utah.
We talked about your going over there to the house, going over to Utah. I just want to be clear about this. Did you talk to Josh for any length on the phone before you and Alina went to his house in Utah?
Not for any length.
Well, did you talk to him at all?
I talked to him a little, but primarily he was talking to my dad. He talked to Alina some. it seemed.
What was your dad saying to him?
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Do you want me to stop this right now? We have a minute. Yeah, we have He has a change tape.
Okay. Good.
This concludes media number 1 in the deposition of Michael Powell. We are off the record at 10:46 a.m. We're back on the record. This is the beginning of media number 2 in the deposition of Michael Powell. The time is 10:58 a.m.
We'd love to have talking about some email addresses. And what is Sleeping Gin? That's Ghin, right?
That's DJINN.
Oh, DJ. Okay. And what does that mean?
It's a genie. It's just a Middle Eastern type spelling for a genie.
Nothing more than that?
Nothing more.
When the first time you talked to Josh after Susan disappeared, who called who?
He was calling home, and he was talking to the family intermittently, and I don't remember exactly who he was talking to or.
Okay. And then what about the next time you talked to him before you went over to Utah?
I think that he was on the phone with Dad first, and I think the phone got handed over to me or something, and he.
And you don't recall what his email address was at the time, correct?
Right.
And you don't recall what his phone number was,
Right.
correct? And what phone number did he call you at? When he called you directly?
When he called me directly?
At any time when he called you directly around the week or so after Susan disappeared?
I'm not sure that he called me directly on any
Just the
phone
house?
number, but I think that he was calling the home number.
What was your house or your number at any event during that time? Phone number?
For the cell or the house?
The cell?
My cell was 253-310-8477.
And what was the house?
253-847-7191.
When you first saw Josh in person in Utah, you were with Alina, right?
That's correct.
Was anyone else there when you first saw him in person after Susan's disappearance?
The first place that we went was to visit my mom, and so she was staying at the Graves house.
Jennifer, your
And-
sister?
Right. And she, so my mom was there. I want to say Jennifer was there, maybe her husband was there.
Kirk?
Yeah, her husband Kurt. Alina was there. Josh came in. He was out somewhere.
So you first saw him at your mom's place
Right.
in Utah, okay. And how did he appear to you when you first saw him?
It had been a long time since I saw him.
Mm-hmm.
He came in. He came in from the cold. He looked like he had gained a small amount of weight since the last time I had seen him,
Mm-hmm.
Which was years before.
You hadn't seen him in years?
I think the most recent time I saw him was when he came to visit us while I was campaigning.
And that was in 2008.
8. I think that was the most recent.
Okay.
So, it seemed like he had gained a little bit of weight, and then he, I don't know. He looked kind of tired and really mellow. And
Did you ever ask him if she came to harm in some way?
no,
Never asked him if he got mad and did something to her?
no.
Did you ever talk to him alone during that time, the next few days?
Yeah, I talked to him alone a number of times.
And where were the kids?
They were in the house.
And did you ask him point blank, did you do something to her?
No, I didn't.
When you talked to the West Valley Police, was it during this time period or was it later?
No. The first time they did an actual interview with me was about 21 months after she disappeared.
Did you go to the police to try to help in any way, or did they have to come to you?
I went to them to help on one occasion when I felt like I had something that could be relevant.
Was that the runaway guy, or something else?
There was a friend I guess he was a friend of Susan's, or he came back while I was in the house. I guess that I got the impression that he was a neighbor from down the street and around the corner, something like that. And he came to the door while I was in the house, and he said he wanted his swing set back. And I said...
Oh, is that Peterson?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, I think it was Tim Peterson. He, I mean, I didn't really know what to do about it. It was a really odd... There were a lot of odd things going on down there.
Let me ask you about Tim Peterson. This kind of escalated, didn't it, between Josh and Peterson, this disagreement?
I'm not sure about Josh and Tim Peterson. Tim Peterson became a little bit belligerent toward me, but I don't know.
Is he some kind of a pastor?
No. I mean, I don't know.
What does he do for a living?
You're not confusing maybe Tim Peterson with Tim Atkins? I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, actually I am.
Okay.
Thanks. I was thinking he was Peterson. So Peterson, there was some kind of an interaction. I've got it right here. He's part of the LDS church with Susan and Josh, right? He was at the time.
I don't know.
And he, he came to retrieve a swing set that he'd given to the Powell children. Does that sound right? He claimed we gave him to the Powell children?
No, he claimed he gave it to Susan.
Okay, but he came to reclaim it.
Yes.
And Susan wasn't around, right?
Susan wasn't there.
And it looks like you've claimed that he yelled at you because he felt that also that Josh hadn't been cooperative with the police. Does that sound right?
He didn't talk about that with me. What happened was he came to the door. He wanted his swing set back. He said that I said, well, you know, he wanted it back, and since it wouldn't be used anymore, he wanted it back, or something along those lines. And I said, well, they're kids, you know, kids to use it. And he said, well, I didn't give it to Josh or the kids, I gave it to Susan, and she's not here, and now I'd like the swing set back. And I said, well, okay. And he wanted to pull his truck through there was a gate at the side of the house. He wanted to back it through the gate, but he couldn't because there was gravel. And as he was backing the truck through, his tires began spinning in the gravel, and it became more and more of sort of this sort of frenetic issue, because there was media out front, and there was always just, it was quite a hubbub. And I was getting just very concerned and whatever, because I was, I didn't really want to be doing that in front of all the cameras and whatever.
Did you write an essay or a blog where you talked about Peterson, amongst others?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever write in anything that was on the web that you thought that Peterson should be looked at as a suspect in this case?
I don't remember writing that, no.
Did you ever, and this is in For the Kids, the website that you launched in January 31st of 2012, did you ever say that there was incompetence and malice on the part of the police, and the police overlooked other leads in the case, including the possibility that missing Utah man Stephen Ketcher, I don't know if you're saying that right, is involved in her disappearance? Did you write that?
No.
Did Alina?
I don't know.
Is it in the website that you put together?
I don't know.
Did you ever write in an essay that your sister Jennifer Graves should be investigated?
No.
Did you ever write in any piece that Chuck Cox should be investigated in connection with Susan's disappearance?
No.
Did you ever write that Peterson should be investigated in connection with Susan's disappearance as well?
No.
Okay. The Salt Lake City Tribune attributed all of that to you from an essay that they reviewed from you online. Are there any essays that you've written about this case that you posted online? And when I say this case, I mean Susan's disappearance.
Josh wanted me to help him with a site of some sort to get some information out. There was something that happened to the kids while they were in the Cox house that was very concerning. And he shared a document with me. It was a physical abuse consultation.
I was
asked me.
I was just asking if you wrote anything on the
excuse me,
record.
counsel.
Yeah, I'm just
Let him finish.
We have limited time, and I think these are getting a little bit long in the answers.
Well, let him finish his answer.
He asked me to write something about that, or start a piece on that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wrote some initial ideas, and that website was put together, and my cousin Nikki Cardenas was administering some of the actual account as far as doing the technical things with the website, and my brother was involved.
Okay, that's for the kids' website, correct?
Right.
Okay. And there also is another website called Susan Cox Powell or SusanPowell.org, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you involved in both of those websites?
I was not involved in SusanPowell.org.
Because that was Josh Powell and your sister Alina, right?
No.
That was just Josh.
That was Josh. At later times, my dad contributed some ideas.
Anybody else?
Not that I'm aware, but I think that there were other people helping with it too.
Why don't we just, I have in front of you a stack of exhibits. Why don't we turn to what would be, and so pretrial, I guess not pretrial, but the for the record submission would be number 1, which is the whole stack. Can we start over and go 1 through, is that all right with you? You don't have to do it twice, but just so it's easier, because we've got 1 through 24. Is that all right? Okay, let's start with number 1, please. That's an exhibit from the Salt Lake Tribune that says, website supporting Josh Powell launches his custody case nears. And this is written by Melinda Rogers at the Salt Lake Tribune. And I'm just going to ask you about a couple of things here in the article. I've already read a couple of those statements, but along the lines of, for the kids, links to news stories, talks about incompetence of police, and it says, this is at the bottom, the last 2 lines, Michael Powell wrote that the police have overlooked other leads in the case, including the possibility that missing Utah man, et cetera, talks about Chuck Cox needs to be looked at. His sister, Jennifer, needs to be looked at. I'm looking at the second page at the top paragraph. As people that the police should be investigating, the people I've just listed, and they say that you wrote an essay saying those things. Do you know what they were referring to?
No, I don't.
Did they just make this up?
I don't know.
Do you know where they got this?
No.
Do you know if anyone except for you thought that Peterson, Chuck Cox, your sister Jennifer, and Stephen Ketcher should all be suspect or should all be investigated? Do you know if anyone other than you felt that those individuals I've just named should be investigated in connection with Susan's disappearance?
Object to the form.
If you know.
There were. I had described the incident with Tim Peterson to a number of my family members. There were a lot of questions, since that was a very weird incident, and that's what prompted me to provide the information to the police. And then other of my family members, my dad and maybe my sister, I don't know, became suspicious of him. The Stephen Kosher, that's an ongoing, there's just ongoing questions about whether he could be related, simply due to the sort of the strong coincidence there. There were incidents early on, and these were ones that I had described to my family members, where Jennifer Graves tried to take some of Josh's property, and it turned out that Chuck Cox had sent her there to take his property.
What basis would there be to investigate Chuck Cox in connection with his daughter's disappearance?
The same basis there would be to investigate anyone, I suppose.
And this blog that's being talked about here looks like it was connected to the For the Kids website that we've talked about. Was there any kind of a blog connected to
Which
that?
blog are you referring to?
The one we just talked about that attributes to you in your blog that there's complete incompetence and malice on the part of the police, and the police have overlooked other leads in the case, including the possibility that missing Utah man Steve Coucher is involved in Susan Powell's disappearance. He, meaning you, also named his sister, Jennifer Graves, Chuck Cox, and Tim Peterson, who is a member of Susan and Josh Powell's LDS church ward in West Valley City, as people police should be investigating.
Is that a question?
He just asked me what I was referring to, and I read it back to him.
Okay, object to the form.
Okay. What page is that on?
It's at the bottom of the first page, which is 15 on the right-hand corner, and the top of the next page, all attributed to you.
Did you say there was a number associated with it, Ann? I can't
It's
see.
exhibit number 1.
Well, exhibit 1
I guess
have,
it's
but-
1/5. Is it 1/5? Is that?
It's exhibit number 1. Like I said, it's 1/5 on the first page, and then it's an article that quotes you in a blog that you were writing at the time.
I don't know, because he asked me to write something about the incident in the
Who's he?
Cox's house. Josh did.
Okay.
And I started an essay for him.
Okay. Did you put
And
it?
I sent it to him, and the family was putting together
Oh, I see.
For the Kids website.
Do you think somebody, Elena, or he posted your essay on the website?
I believe so,
Okay.
based on the content related to the incident in the house.
It goes on to say here that Peterson, who'd counseled Susan Powell about marriage troubles with her husband, later told reporters that when Josh Powell was asked about Susan's whereabouts by Peterson's wife, Josh Powell replied, quote, "Well, it's not like I stabbed her," end quote. Did Josh ever say anything like that to you?
Not at all.
Now, this website went on about claimed abuse of the kids. You remember that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it was really only up and it went back down in a day, right?
I'm not sure.
Or within a matter of days. Does that sound right?
It did go back down.
Okay. And why did it go back down?
I don't know.
Did it go up and down within 5 or 6 days of when Josh killed himself and the children?
Within a couple weeks, within the last couple weeks before his death.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 8, or the tab number 8, if you could please. The title is Powell Brother Launches Website Critical Investigation, Claims Children Are in Danger. Are you with me there?
Say again, it's exhibit...
The tab,
exhibit 8?
the little yellow sticky tab, number 8.
Okay.
And this one, it says, Powell Brother Launches Website Critical Investigation. Was that you?
It appears they would have been referring to me.
If you look at, this is again from the Salt Lake Tribune. If you look at the next page, 2 of 5, right in the middle of the page, they say, Josh Powell's brother Michael wrote in his blog that he has reason to believe that the West Valley Police Department has overlooked viable leads, probably intentionally, including Steve Ketcher, Tim Peterson, Chuck Cox, and Powell's estranged sister, Jennifer Graves. Did you say any of those kinds of things in your blog, that your brother and sister may have linked to this website per you?
No, I did not.
Where is that blog now?
Where is the blog?
Uh-huh.
Which blog? I mean,
you talked about writing something for your brother for this website. I'm just wondering where your writing went.
I'm not sure. I sent it to him, and he did something with it.
Did you send it as an email? Did you send it as a Word document? Do you remember how you sent it to him?
It probably would have been sent as an email.
And why do you say probably?
I don't know.
I mean, do you send in other kinds of formats or through other means? Things like this, essays, blog pieces, things like that.
Typically as an email.
As an email, okay. And would that be from the computer that you have both your computers, right? The one that had technical problems and the one you have now, right?
Right.
Okay. So which computer did you send it from? Do you remember?
No.
I mean, this was end of January 2012.
I'm not sure. I don't know when that other computer had technical problems.
Who else did you send it to?
Just him.
What?
Just him.
Did Alina see it?
She may have.
Did your dad see it?
I don't think that he... I mean, I think that my dad was in jail at the time, so I just don't know.
Did you ever look at the website?
No.
Were you ever told about its contents?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Okay, and where'd you read about it?
I didn't read about it, I heard about it.
Okay, and where did you hear about it?
There was talk, Josh and Alina were talking about it.
And what'd they say?
They just said that it had gone up and there was some discussion about it, I don't know.
What kind of discussion?
I don't know. They just, they said that they were just trying to get the facts out there. They were upset about the incident in the Cox house, and they just felt that getting the facts out there would help to, would just help to right the injustice.
And if we'll just take a look at number 6 on the tabs, please. Again, relating to this website. This is from ABC4 in Salt Lake. There's a quote about the website. Halfway down the page, a little bit more, they quote you again. On the website, Michael is calling for a Justice Department investigation of the West Valley City Police Department because of negligence, taxpayer fraud, slander, harassment, false imprisonment, kidnapping, and child mutilation. The Powell family wants the boys back, but Graves, your sister, herself says they're not safe in her father's home. So do you know where they got those quotes that they attribute to you that I just read to you? Did you ever claim that there was child mutilation by the government in West Valley City?
No.
Or did you ever claim there was taxpayer fraud involved in this case by West Valley City in looking at the disappearance of Susan Cox Powell?
No, I did not.
Why did the website go down? Why was it taken down?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I think it was taken down sometime. Was it taken down after the hearing, or I'm not sure when it went down. So I'm not even sure.
This website went up January 30th, or was talked about January 30th, and he committed the homicides and killed himself February 5th, so about 5 days apart, 6 days. We have information on the 30th and 31st, it went up and down. One other thing they say about you in this article, that you say on the website, and I'm trying to track down the site because it's been taken down, but we can get there. We're going to have to request it through your family. But on the website, Michael writes, "The Coxes are extremely reckless caretakers, and for the short time my nephews have been in the Cox house, the Coxes have subjected them to two severe injuries requiring ER visits, one of which has left my nephew with scar tissue that he will carry for the rest of his life." Did you make those statements?
Object to the form of the question.
That are attributed to you here?
I wrote about those things, but I don't know if I wrote that in particular. The thing that I'm aware of is the physical abuse consultation that was sent to me. I read that. It described two incidents where one was where Braden got a concussion while he was in the Cox house and had to be rushed to the ER. And then the next time, 3 days later, Braden's foot got boiled. And the claim was that there was a pot of boiling water on the ground where the children were playing. And Braden's foot was scalded. Josh sent me an example photograph from online. He wasn't able to take photographs because when he was called to the hospital to see Braden, they wouldn't allow it. So he gave me an example photograph from online depicting a foot that was badly blistered, had blisters almost as large as the foot, and it was just, the skin was badly mangled. And he said that Braden would need plastic surgery. He said that the nurse told him that Braden's foot had been burned on.
I don't think this is responsive.
Well, let him finish. Then
Well,
you can-
that's my problem. It's going on too
well,
long. We
go
have
on.
limited
You can
time.
finish. Go ahead and finish your answer.
So his foot was burned on 3 sides, and if it had burned on a 4th, then they would need to resect skin in order to keep it from cutting off the circulation in his foot. And he would ultimately need plastic surgery to fix the scarring.
But he didn't live to be able to do that, did he? To get surgery, did he?
I saw the death certificates.
There was a gag order in the family law case, wasn't there, so that Josh couldn't say anything publicly about what was happening with custody with the kids, right? When you guys talked about this website.
That was the impression I got.
Okay. And you knew that there was CPS, guardian ad litem, and DSHS overseeing the safety of these kids, didn't you?
He was, yeah, they were
Okay.
in a dependency.
When did you first learn that you were the named beneficiary in the life insurance policies?
He sent me a letter on December 3rd just saying that he wanted to make sure that someone would be able to take care of his kids. I think it said something to the effect that naming us or naming a particular individual would help guarantee that.
The safety of the kids?
Right,
I'm sorry, what?
right.
Now that's number 22 in the documents that we all have. And I'm considering these all marked by the court reporter. We can follow up with this stickers, but I have designated these for everybody. So this letter, the handwritten letter, 12/3/2011, was this in his personal effects that Alina had, or was it in yours? Because it's addressed to you.
It was, this was in my possession. He wrote it, presumably on December 3rd, and sent it to me.
And what did you think when you first saw this?
Well, he talked to me. He said that he said to watch the mail because I would be receiving something, and he said it was important, so don't.
It was
let
what?
slide.
Excuse me.
He said
Important?
it was important, so don't miss it or whatever. And I said, okay, well, what is it? And he said, you know, it's a financial document. Are you okay taking care of the kids or ensuring their well-being? And I said, yeah, that's fine with me. And he says, take a look at that document, you know, and tell me what you think. If you have any problems, let me know. And I received it, and I didn't have any problems with it.
Did you have any other thought? You didn't have any problems, but any other reaction? Does having this kind of a document sent to you that says that you're going to be the beneficiary, and then there's change forms you're going to have to sign? Excuse me. Are they going to be submitted to New York Life?
Not
Object
really.
to the form.
Let's start with the timing of it. This is dated 12/3/2011. How long had Susan been missing when this letter came to you?
She had been missing for about 2 years at that point.
And was the purpose of the change to take care of the kids per your understanding?
That was my understanding.
Why'd you have that understanding?
Well, he mentioned it on the phone, and then it was mentioned in the letter, and that was the idea I got.
Was that a trust? Do you know?
I didn't
Was
know
there
about
ever a trust involved in this case, do you know? Or in these policies?
Well, after they died, I started learning more about the documents.
And what did you learn?
The trust is named as a beneficiary on a couple of the life insurance policies. I think the beneficial ones, and I think on Susan's policy. And yeah, that's all I
Okay.
know.
In looking at this letter, yeah, he says the best way to ensure that the kids will be taken care of is to leave the money to a trusted individual. So that was part of what he wrote to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he also said he didn't think that Alina, your dad, would be particularly appropriate to get a large amount of money, didn't he?
Yes.
Yes. And even though Alina took care of the kids, and he paid her, it looks like, to take care of the kids after Susan disappeared, it looks like, and we know also in the power of attorney that you were the one he was really looking at, you know, A, to take care of the kids, and B, to provide for him financially, right? Yes?
Yes.
And he even says, I know you don't want the money, but so I'm trusting that you'll use it for my sons if the need were to arise, etc. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you willing to take on that responsibility?
I was.
What do you understand this lawsuit to be about?
Object to the form to the extent it
Just
calls for a legal
your-
conclusion.
Looking for your understanding.
Well, I've been told that the life insurance company, New York Life, has concerns that if they pay the benefits, then they could be sued by another party. That's the way it's been described to me.
Anything else?
No, I think that was my understanding of why they filed the interpleader.
And what is your understanding, beyond the interpleader, about what your rights are in this case, or what you're entitled to?
Same objection. You can answer if you'd like.
Well, Josh named me as a beneficiary on his policy, and that's all I'm really aware of as far as my rights go.
Part of what's in front of you there, it's right on the top, actually. No, we're off the letter for a minute. This one right there. Have you looked at that court order where the court addresses your claims in terms of being entitled to judgment as a matter of law based upon the beneficiary designations? Have you read that order?
This most recent order?
Yes.
Is this the recent order that
It's
you
the most recent.
sent me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I read that.
Okay. What are you seeking in this lawsuit?
I am simply seeking for the documents to be upheld.
And on what basis? I'm not
Object to the
asking
form, calls for a
ask-
legal conclusion.
I'm not asking for legal conclusions, just your understanding.
Object to the form, calls for attorney-client privilege disclosures.
Should I answer? Or?
Please.
So, just, what's the question again, counsel?
What are you seeking in this lawsuit? You said I'm simply seeking for the documents to be upheld. And the last question was, on what basis?
Object to the form, calls for a legal conclusion.
Just asking for your understanding.
You just said it, based on what the documents say.
I'm sorry, I can't hear when you're talking over him.
Well, I'm talking to you now. He said he's already answered it. He said based on what the documents say. In other words, the policy itself, naming him as a beneficiary.
Is that your answer, what he just said?
Yes.
Okay. Let me back up for a minute here. What do you understand the Coxes are seeking in this lawsuit?
I've heard that they, I guess they want all the money, was my understanding.
Okay, and where does your understanding come from?
Object to the form to the extent it discloses attorney-client communications.
Do you have that understanding from anything outside of what your lawyers told you?
No.
Okay. What is your knowledge regarding Josh's changes to the beneficiaries of the insurance?
Basically what he sent me, and
That letter we just talked about?
That's right.
Anything else?
No.
Do you know of any, this again is exhibit number 22, no other conversations, no other communications other than the one phone call we talked about in estate planning and this letter. Is that right?
Object to the form.
That's correct.
Why did Josh change the beneficiaries of the life insurance to you and to Alina?
Are you done with your question?
I don't.
Object to the form.
I don't know, but from the letter I got the impression that he didn't feel that Alina was good enough with the financial responsibility to.
I guess my question is a little bit different. Is why did he designate you and Alina, and not, for example, your dad? I mean, your dad's not in there as a primary designee.
Object to the form.
If you know.
I don't know exactly, but there was some tension that opened up between Josh and my dad.
When?
Especially, there was a search in August of think it was 2011. So there was a search, and then my dad was arrested, and in about that time, there was talk that my dad had some type of an affair or something like that with Susan.
An affair with Susan?
There was just talk.
I need to pin that down. What do you mean talk?
People in the Josh was expressing disgruntlement. I mean, he was upset. He was upset at Dad at that time because he was just very upset at those revelations. I
Was
guess.
that when your dad was going on the national shows and saying that he had a interest in Susan, or was it something different?
I guess so.
I mean, he was talking to the media. Your dad was talking to the
Right.
media and saying that he and Susan had this mutual flirtation or interest, etc. And then
Right.
you're saying Josh was upset from that.
He was upset.
Did Josh not know that your dad had an obsession with Susan for years before that?
Not that I'm aware. He talked about it as if he had just found out.
And did Josh not talk to Susan about her, recoiling from that and wanting to move as far away as possible from Puyallup to Utah? Did you know anything about that?
No,
Or anything about your dad sending pornography to Susan in the mail?
not at all.
Do you know now that he took surreptitious photos of Susan, partially dressed, etc.? Your dad did.
Object to the form.
My sister, Alina, said that I guess she had been aware of some of that stuff when it was happening, and I found out more recently that there had been some mild sexual encounters, or something.
Mild sexual encounters between who?
Between my dad and Susan, and she was aware that my dad and Susan did some of those things, and
Did she see it?
yes,
Was she looking through a peephole or something? Or
she walked in. She said that she walked in during a flirtation of some sort in which my dad was touching her and Susan was.
Did she also tell you that your dad took pictures of Susan holding onto a bird and then kissing a bird and then put his penis superimposed on her hand, like she's kissing his penis?
Not at
Object
all.
to the form.
Not at all.
Or that he took pictures of her by putting a mirror or camera under the bathroom door so he could film her when she didn't know it?
Object to the
Not
form.
at all.
Did your sister, she attended the entire trial of your dad, didn't she? She was there every day.
I don't know firsthand, but I believe so.
Okay. And so she also saw that there were images that he took of little girls that lived next door when they were naked, right?
Object
Secretly.
to the form.
I don't know what she saw or didn't see.
She probably also saw that there were files that he had of himself exposing himself outside, or a whole file called A Hole in the Pants where he exposes himself.
Object to the form.
I don't know about any of that.
And you probably learned that there were journals that he kept about Susan that were obsessive and spanned years and years. And he said himself that she was not returning his attention. Did your sister tell you that?
Object
No,
to the
she
form.
didn't.
Other than this letter, this Exhibit 22, what did Josh say to you about the changes that he was making?
He didn't
Excuse me,
say.
objection asked and answered. You've done this a couple times now.
Go ahead.
He didn't say anything about that.
Who picked the 93% for you?
Who picked it? I'm assuming that would have been Josh, because my awareness was that he wrote the beneficiary changes.
Did you ever learn when he made the changes?
No,
Did you ever learn of whether Susan consented to the changes?
Object to the form.
Who picked 7% for Alina?
Same. I assumed that it would be Josh, and I don't know.
Why did Josh name you the 93% beneficiary?
I don't know.
Why did Josh name Alina the 7% beneficiary?
I don't know.
How did Josh pick 93%?
I don't know.
Excuse me, what was your last question?
How did Josh pick 93%?
Objection, asked and answered a couple times now, counsel.
I got the impression that from this letter that he wanted me to oversee the finances related to his kids.
And why did Josh pick the 7%?
Objection.
I don't know.
Asked and answered.
What communications did you have ever with Josh regarding you being the 93% beneficiary?
I didn't have any.
Other than this letter?
Other than this letter, and I wasn't aware of percentages or things like that.
Wait a minute, I thought it was in here.
It may have been. I don't know, but I don't have this letter memorized.
He talks about not living much to John or your sister and the reasons why, and not to your dad, right? In this letter, is that right?
Right.
Object to the form.
Did he enclose the form with the letter? Do you remember? The change of, because he says here, back to the insurance, I'm not forwarding these forms to Alina or John because I don't want to make them feel bad for having such a small share.
Maybe he did. I would have to look at the documents again, I guess.
What is the specific reason Josh changed the beneficiaries?
I don't know.
Object to the form. Asked and answered.
Was it for proper reasons?
It seemed to be related to his kids.
Was it for improper reasons?
I don't believe so.
Do you have any idea, one way or the other, what Josh's intentions were?
No.
Object to the form. Vague, ambiguous.
What did Josh want you to do with the insurance proceeds?
Object to the form. Asked and
He
answered.
wanted... I got the impression that he wanted me to use the insurance proceeds to ensure that the kids' needs were met. I'm supposing that would include things like maybe daycare if necessary, maybe education, or I don't know.
Did you ever study law at all?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever go look up legal matters as this whole situation unfolded from the time that Susan disappeared and till now? Did you go research legal issues as they arose?
Object to the form.
No.
Asked and answered.
I asked my attorney for guidance on things.
Is that Mr. West?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had any other lawyer?
I had another attorney briefly when this thing first started. He was in Minnesota. And
What was his name?
His name was Marshall Tannick.
Okay.
And I only had it briefly, and then I switched attorneys to Tom West.
And does your prior attorney have any interest in this case? Any kind of a lien, attorney's lien, anything like that?
Object to
No.
the form. Excuse me. Object to the form. Now you're getting into attorney-client
Did Josh ever
relation. Let me finish my objection. The attorney-client relationship and communications. As you know.
Yeah, I don't think a lien is privileged, covered by the privilege. but he said no. Did Josh ever commit a crime of any kind?
Object to the form, asked and answered 25 years ago. Is that the
No, not that
crime
one.
you're talking about, or you're talking about something else?
Like when he killed the kids and not himself
Well,
isn't a crime.
objection calls for a legal conclusion as to whether it was a crime at the time, given his state of mind.
I think any layperson can say that murder's a crime. But last time I
Well,
checked, anyone that, with the slightest bit of any kind of wherewithal would know that. Did Josh need Susan's consent to change the life insurance beneficiary?
Object to the form of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Did Josh ever say to you that he thought he needed Susan's consent to change beneficiaries?
No.
Do you believe Josh needed consent from Susan to change the beneficiary?
Object to
I
the
don't
form
know.
of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Did Josh ask your permission to change the beneficiary from Susan to you?
No.
Do you know why he didn't?
He sent me the letter. He asked me to review it, and I guess he wanted me to tell him after the fact if I had any problems that would cause him any concerns.
Do you wish he would have asked you?
Object to the form of the question.
Not really. I mean, when I do my finances, I don't tell anyone who I'm assigning this or that or whatever. I guess I don't do it that way, and other people can do it how they feel they want to.
Does your dad have life insurance?
I believe so.
Do you know how much?
No,
Does your sister?
I don't think so.
Does your brother John?
I don't think so.
If Josh had asked you how you felt about being the beneficiary in the life insurance, what would you have said?
Object to the form of the question, vague
I
and
guess,
irrelevant.
I guess I wouldn't care, because that's not really something that you think about as being relevant. It's something you think, could become relevant 40 years from now. I didn't really,
If he'd asked you how you felt about being the beneficiary in the life insurance, what would you have said to him?
Object to the form, asked and answered.
I don't know. I would probably tell him that I don't have a problem with that.
If you knew Josh was using the beneficiary change to defraud Susan or her estate, would you have agreed to the change?
No, I would not.
Object to the form of the question, vague.
No, I would not.
No, your answer's no.
Right.
Right, okay. If the evidence in this case shows that Josh changed the beneficiary to you in order to defraud Susan or her estate, do you still believe you're entitled to the proceeds?
Object to the form of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
I have no idea, but I assume no.
Do you believe that Josh changed the beneficiary to you to try to defraud Susan in her or her estate?
No, I don't.
Object to the form of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Why do you believe he made the change?
Object to the form, asked and answered. This is about the 5th time he's answered that question, counsel.
I believe it was for the welfare of his kids.
The Cox's daughter's missing, and your brother killed the Cox's grandchildren, and do you still believe that you're entitled to the life insurance proceeds?
Object to the form of the question as to what he believes as opposed to what he's entitled to. Calls for a legal conclusion.
Based on my understanding of the documents,
What is yes, you believe you're entitled, or no?
yes.
Why are the Coxes not entitled to these funds?
Object to the form of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Because they're not the named beneficiaries.
I just asked you about the court order here where the judge rejected that argument. that the named beneficiaries
Objection,
stand.
counsel. That isn't what the court said.
The order will speak for itself, and
Yes,
he's
it will.
reviewed it.
And it will, and
All right.
it has.
What was my question? I just need that back, please.
Why were the Coxes not entitled to these funds, and he objected because they were not named beneficiaries. And then he said, I just asked you about the court order. The judge rejected the argument that the named beneficiaries. And then he objected, so there really wasn't any question.
All right, thanks. The judge has rejected that argument legally. Have you seen that?
I read
Excuse
the
me,
order.
object to the form of the question. It's not a question.
I'm sorry, I just asked if he'd seen it, and he said yes. And that was a question. And then second, do you expect to change the court's mind in a bench trial in this case on that issue?
Object to the form of the question.
You can answer.
It doesn't need to answer that, counsel. That's a legal issue.
You can answer.
I feel
You're
that-
assuming that he has to change the court's mind for any reason.
You can answer.
I feel that the judge will try this case as he feels is appropriate.
If the judge or a juror in this case is asked to determine who's entitled to these funds, what factors do you think should be considered? I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. I'm asking for you what you think is important in deciding who's entitled to the funds.
Object to the form of the question. Calls for a legal conclusion.
I feel that Josh's preferences in relation to his life insurance should be taken into account.
And if it's found that Josh changed the beneficiary to you for improper or illegal
Okay.
reasons, do you still believe you're entitled to those funds?
Object to the form of the question. It's been asked and answered.
You can answer.
I have no idea.
Did Josh ever admit to any involvement in Susan's disappearance?
No.
Objection. Counsel, this is the third or fourth time you've asked that question.
Did
Are
he
you
ever?
running out of questions or what?
You know what? I have not objected to you so far, but I've just.
Well, I have let you go
Stop.
the entire
Please,
deposition,
please
and
stop.
now you're repeating things over
Okay.
and over again.
You know
so
what?
please stop it.
Just because you got a louder voice doesn't mean that
No,
you
it
can,
means
that
that
you
you're
can bully me.
repeating things
Please.
over and over again.
Please stop.
This is about the third
Okay.
or fourth time
You know
you've
what?
asked that question.
Just stop it.
then,
okay, I'm
then
gonna-
ask something
please.
else.
Please stop your speeches and your filibustering.
Well, look, I could stop the deposition if I find that it's just repetitive and questioning for no good reason.
you
and
know what?
ask you to go on and tell you to go on to another area of questioning. The rule provides for it. I'm just asking you, as a courtesy, not to repeat questions over and over again.
That's not what I've done. You've made speeches all morning. I'm going to continue and be professional, and I hope you can do the same. Okay, the next question is, did he ever indicate to you a fear about the disposition of the life insurance policies based on any involvement he might have had in Susan's disappearance?
No.
Are you aware of Josh Powell's engagement in and viewership of online pornography or computer-characterized child sexual or incest abuse?
Object
No.
to the form of the question.
Do you know if your father or your siblings were ever made aware of Josh's involvement in such things?
Object
No.
to the form.
Did Joshua Powell ever discuss with you, your father or your siblings, any marital problems related to his wife's aversion to his viewing or production of pornography?
Object to
No.
the form.
Did Josh Powell ever discuss with you, your father, or your siblings any marital problems relating to his use of prostitutes?
Object
No.
to the form.
Did Josh Powell ever indicate to you, or are you aware of him ever indicating to your father or your siblings that Susan Powell would divorce him, leave him, or remove him as a beneficiary to her estate as a result of his viewing or manufacturing of obscene visual representations involving children or the sexual abuse of children?
Object
No.
to the form of the question, and it is also repetitive, counsel. This is probably the third or fourth time you've gone into
I'll just know.
gone into that line of questioning as well.
I'll just note I'm going to note something I think is important on the objections. If you don't state an evidentiary reason, the court doesn't have I don't have an opportunity to correct any supposed or claimed defect in the question, and the court can't, I believe, rule sufficiently on those. So I'm just noting my objection to straight form objections with nothing more.
Repetitive questioning is objectionable in a deposition.
The next thing is, did Josh Powell ever indicate to you, your father or your siblings, that Susan Powell discovered him to be engaging in the manufacture of obscene visual representations of children or the sexual abuse of children?
Object to the form.
Did you ever communicate with Josh about being made the beneficiary of any policy other than what we've talked about so far? Okay.
No.
Did you ever communicate with the Cox family about being made a beneficiary of any policy?
No.
Did Josh Powell, after Susan's disappearance, ever indicate to you, your father, or your siblings that he was worried about law enforcement discovering his manufacture of obscene visual representation of children or the sex abuse of children?
Object to the form.
No.
Did you or your father or any of your siblings ever encourage, enable, facilitate, validate, or suggest to Joshua Powell that his pornographic proclivities toward the viewing or manufacture of obscene visual representations of children or the sexual abuse of children were acceptable or normal?
Object to the form.
No.
When did you learn that Josh had killed himself and his two sons?
Object to the form, and it's been asked and answered at least twice.
Well, when Josh died, I was at work that day, and I think I got a call from, I want to say it was Nikki, who called me first. For some reason, she saw some weird activity in her email, I guess, and it may have been my cousin Nathan who saw the activity. One of them saw the activity. I believe she called me. We ended up on a three-way phone call, and my sister, we called her since she lived in the area. And I was driving home to work, and I was just listening to them talk to each other about, the emails were concerning because of that voice recording. And so we were all very worried about him, and they had her, we were all like, what do we do? What do we do? Well, Alina called 911, and I guess told them something about, Josh, he could be trying to hurt himself, or, we don't know what's going on. I don't know the content of that phone call. Mm-hmm. But a time later, she was, and I don't know how long this would have been. It could have been 20 minutes or 30 minutes, or I'm not sure, because I had driven all the way from work to home, and I was actually kind of circling the block because I didn't want to get in my car because I didn't want to cut off the phone call. But she decided to go over to the house, and she was describing the events as she was driving up to the house. She said that there was a ruckus of some sort, and there was some emergency vehicles, and there was some smoke coming out of the scene.
Go ahead.
She said that she said that she said as she drove up, that the house just wasn't there anymore. And she was mostly hysterical. And she was saying that it looked as if it had been blown up or something. So I didn't know if it was maybe natural gas or...
Stop, Mike? Or are you gonna get it done? All right.
Let's get it done.
Do you want to
She-
stop or? He's still answering, so.
We wanted to know what was going on, and she was out front of the house, and I think she had a conversation with a detective or some other police personnel in front of the house, and he said, I don't think that he had any information at that time, and so he asked her, to either wait, or if she was going to leave, then he would like her to inform him. And so she waited for a minute, and then I think she let him know that she was just going to go home. And then I turned everything off, and a while later, my sister was in contact with a guy named Jim Vocek.
At ABC Good Morning America?
That's correct. He and I mean, I talked to him a little. He was sort of like a friend of the family. I think that he was sort of working with us as a correspondent, and I'm not really sure how that works, but he was someone that I sort of knew. And I was talking to him later, and he told me that I guess there had been developments, and I didn't really know because I was so far away, and he told me that there were some developments coming out through the media, and that they had found the body of an adult and two smaller bodies. And
Did Elena go on Good Morning America and talk about it?
yes.
And did she say basically that Josh was driven to what he did by the media and the Coxes?
I don't know.
Generally, I think the media tries to tell us that they are fair and they're not there for one side. Did he tell you that he was there for your side? Jim Volchak?
I guess we didn't talk about that.
Had Josh ever communicated to you before this that he had thoughts of suicide?
No.
There's some letters here. I think we'll take a quick break for lunch, but I wanted to get to some letters where he left things to you, like his life rights and things like that. Did you receive those before he died?
No.
When did you receive them?
I don't remember when, but it was in the days after he died, and I would guess probably 2 days after he died.
Okay, and he dated him. The dates I have on him are, of course, before he died. On February 2nd. They're dated February 2nd, all three of them.
Those are the dates I saw on them.
I'm sorry, what?
Those are the dates I saw on them.
Okay. Do we want to break now for lunch? Does that work, or do you want to?
Yeah, whatever you,
We're going to take a half hour. It's about 7 minutes after noon, so want to come back then at like just 35 or 40 after?
sure.
Okay.
We're going off the record. The time is 12:08 p.m. We're back on the record. The time is 1:06 p.m.
And just so I'm clear, had Josh ever communicated to you that he had thoughts of suicide?
No.
Okay. Did you, after Susan's disappearance, ever sell any real property to help Josh in any way?
No.
Did you do anything with property in any way to assist Josh?
No.
Same question, but with respect to any motor vehicles.
No.
Did you sell any cars at that time?
At what time again?
Let's say within the 6 months after Susan's disappearance.
I did sell a vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
My car broke down on the way back from Utah, and that was the 97 Ford Taurus.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it broke down, it didn't seem like we were going to be able to get it back to Washington. And I sold it for $100 to a salvage lot in Pendleton, Oregon.
Did you sell any other vehicles in the 6 months after Susan disappeared?
No, I did not.
Did you give any money to Josh Powell during that time?
No, I did not.
And I forgot to ask you whether, in terms of communication, we talked about email, we talked about cell phones. Did you text at all with Josh in the 6 months before she died or the 6 months after she died?
No, I did not.
Did you ever instant message with him? I am.
No, I did not.
Did you, and we talked about Skype, did you do any kind of live chatting with Josh in the 6 months before or the 6 months after Susan's disappearance?
No.
We talked about his jobs, and it's not clear to me, and I don't think it's clear to anybody exactly what the chronology of his employment was, and it's my fault in terms of the questioning. So let me backtrack and ask you, from the time that Josh moved to Utah, Josh and Susan, can you talk to me about his employment history? What was his first job when he was there?
I don't know. I was in the Army for a lot of the time that they were married, and a lot of the time that they lived in Utah, I was in the Army for a lot of that time, and so his early employment history is stuff that I'm not going to know.
Was there a time that they lived with your dad in the living room with like a shower curtain for privacy?
I'm not aware of that.
You never knew that Josh and Susan lived with your dad?
I had heard that they had lived with my dad. I don't know any of the details of it.
Was that due to their finances, that they couldn't afford to have their own place?
I'm not sure.
Tell me about any jobs that you know of that Josh had when he lived in Utah.
He was a realtor for a while, so he and I'm not sure what all he did for that, but I think that my impression was that he was a realtor before he worked at Aspen.
In what?
At Aspen.
Aspen.
That was the name of a company that he worked for, and that was where he was starting to really sort of find his feet as far as programming and databases went.
Do you know, whether or not he filed for bankruptcy in 2007?
I don't.
Were you aware that he actually filed a petition discharging substantial debts in 2007?
I don't know.
You don't know one way or the other?
No, I don't.
And he never told you about that?
No, he didn't.
Okay. And the time that he was a realtor, do you know whether or not he sold any properties at all?
Yeah, he had. The other family members had said that he had sold properties. I didn't talk to him directly. I think I talked to my mom, who described some of his activities, but I'm not sure.
How much had he made, do you know, in income?
I'm not sure.
In what years about was he a realtor?
I'm going to say, I don't know other than that he was in the years leading up to his job at Aspen.
And when did he start his job at Aspen?
The way I understand it was about 1.5 years before Susan disappeared.
How long, all told, did he and Susan live in Utah?
I don't know. All I know, I guess from what I understand, they were married for about 8 years before she disappeared. And I got the impression they lived in Utah for most of that time.
Did you go to their wedding?
No, I didn't.
Was there a reason why not?
I don't remember. I don't even remember where I was at that time. When was?
Did you know Susan when they were dating?
No. I mean, she had been around in junior high school, middle school or junior high school. So but we didn't know each other very well. And it was just like it was a small world, and I was aware that she was there, and she was aware that I was there. That kind of, or maybe she was.
Did you know her 3 sisters?
No, I didn't.
Her sisters are close in age, aren't they, if you know, to her?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not during the time when we're talking about Josh and his employment history, do you know whether or not he spent a considerable amount of money on a full-page ad in the Yellow Pages, or a large ad in the Yellow Pages, that cost, I think, tens of thousands of dollars for his advertising himself as a realtor? Did you remember hearing anything like that?
No.
Do you remember hearing anything about a lawsuit that he had or was contemplating against the Yellow Pages because they had the phone number wrong where he worked or lived? And he spent all this money on the ad?
I heard something about a Dex thing, but
Dex, right.
A Dex thing, but I didn't hear hardly anything about it. There was some kind of a conflict, and I don't remember.
Okay. And then on, let me ask you this before I move on to Aspen. Did you ever learn that he recovered any money against Dex for any kind of a claim?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Let's go to Aspen then. Then what did he make at Aspen to the best of your knowledge in terms of income?
To the best of my knowledge, about $50,000 a year.
Okay. And did that come from what Josh told you?
He mentioned it briefly, and the impression that I got was that maybe their joint income was around, 80 or so. And then for his income in particular, it was around $50,000. And then I saw a couple of the documents that you saw, and
okay.
I assumed that it was around $50,000.
So Aspen, his employment at Aspen would span how many months prior to the time that Susan disappeared, or years?
I would guess about 18 months.
Okay. And before that 18-month period, do you know anything specific about whether he was employed or not while he was in Utah?
Nothing specific.
Do you know what year he applied for this insurance, filled out the forms for the insurance, took out the insurance, I should say?
Do I know now?
Yes.
From what I understand, they applied for the New York life insurance in 2007.
And do you know why they did that after filing and completing a bankruptcy action?
No, I don't.
Do you know why they needed $3.5 million in insurance?
No, I don't.
Did you, in looking back now, can you think of any reason why Josh would need $3.5 million in insurance?
No, I don't know.
Do you know why Josh would have bought a considerable amount of tools right before Susan disappeared? It's in his financial records. I think it was a few $100s worth of tools.
I don't know, but he did use tools.
But do you know why he bought tools to the tune of $160 to $200 right before Susan disappeared?
I seem to recall him talking about building a deck at that time, and I don't know, maybe he spent $160 on a drill, or I have no idea.
You said you talked to him on the phone before while he was working on his deck, right?
I don't know if I talked to him while he was working on his deck, but during that process.
Do you know why anyone would have washed the couch in that house around the time of Susan's disappearance?
No, I don't.
Do you know why there was blood in the entryway?
No, I don't.
Do you know why she left a note in her safe deposit box saying, if anything happens to me, my husband's involved?
No, I
Object to
don't.
the form.
Do you know why during that time Josh had her cell phone and took the SIM card out?
No, I
Object to the
don't.
form.
Do you know why Josh had his own phone and took the SIM card out?
Object
No,
to
I
the
don't.
form.
Do you know why he refused to follow up with the police and said, in questioning, I'm quote unquote over my head?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
Have you ever been arrested?
No, I have not.
Okay. Have you ever been convicted?
No, I have not.
Have you ever filed a claim?
Object to the form.
A
claim.
A claim
claim.
of. I'm sorry.
Have you ever
what
filed
kind of
any kind of a claim for damages?
I don't believe so. No. Well, there was one time I was overcharged by Singular while I was in the military. I moved from place to place, and they said that I had a hometown contract, and which doesn't allow roaming, and I had a nationwide contract or something, and they charged me for roaming charges, and so I had the visa company pull it back from their financial institution.
So did you file a claim or a lawsuit against him?
No, there was no lawsuit.
Have you ever been a party to a lawsuit?
No.
You talked about Jim Volchek from ABC, and you said he was like a friend of the family. Why did you say that?
Well, I don't know if he's a friend of the family. He was nice to our family in the way he talked. He contacted me. I want to say the first time he contacted me was maybe 6 months or a year after Susan disappeared, and he left me some kind of a message which I didn't really respond to at the time, but I think he was talking to some of my family members, and over time, I mean, and I'm talking about like months later, he, you know, I'd talked to him a little, but it was always on the understanding that he wasn't a reporter per se, and he didn't report. It was more, he was a TV producer, and he didn't, you know.
Did your sister went on the air for Good Morning America with Jim, right? Or through
Yes.
Jim. And she said things like that Josh killed the boys and himself because the media drove him to it.
Object to
Is
the
that right?
form.
I didn't see that interview.
Did she ever express that sentiment to you?
No.
Did she go on the air right after the boys were murdered?
Did she?
Yes.
I believe so, within the next maybe a couple weeks or so.
Who have you talked to in the media besides Jim Volchek?
Really no one. Yeah, I don't think I've talked to anyone except him.
You said you talked to the police, but the police talked to you in Minnesota, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So they flew to you, right?
That's correct.
So you didn't fly to them and cooperate, right?
Object to the form.
I did not fly to them.
And did you ever read any accounts where it was stated that the police were investigating you in Minnesota?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Are you aware that they have expressed publicly that they were investigating you in Minnesota?
Object to the form.
They, I got a message from one reporter saying that they were asking some questions about other people, maybe including me.
Did you ever learn that the West Valley City Police were looking at you as a potential accessory after the fact in
No.
Susan's
Object to the
disappearance?
form.
No.
And did you have a lawyer with you when you talked to the police?
No, I did not.
And when they came to see you in Minnesota, you sat down with them and then had an interview?
Yes.
Is that right? Was that a tape recorded interview?
No.
Did you consent to being tape recorded?
No. They told me explicitly partway through the interview that they were not recording it.
And did they ask for your consent, one way or the other, if you remember?
No, they did not.
Do you think you have a temperament that's similar to Josh's?
Object to the form.
I don't know. He has a very... He had a much more mellow temperament, I guess. I mean, he would get excited when he talks because he was very enthused about the things that he was talking about. He'd be talking about programming, and he was very excited about it. And I think he kind of assumed that the people that he was talking to was very excited about programming, you know, and I don't know, I tried to act excited, but so I guess that he would get more excited in the way he talked than I would, and but other than that, I mean, he didn't drink and he didn't smoke, and he had kind of a very sort of laid back or passive temperament that I know.
Okay. And you're pretty laid back yourself. You're pretty quiet.
Sure.
Do you know why Josh was paying for self-storage in the months after Susan disappeared? Like a storage facility or locker?
He, when he moved from Utah to Washington, he had stuff from his house in Utah, and he kept it in a self-storage locker.
Was that over here in Puyallup, or was it over there in Utah?
It was in the Puyallup area.
Do you know if the police found a blanket with blood on it after Josh died?
No. No.
Websites we talked about for the kids, and then the other one was the SusanCoxPowell.org, I think it is. Were you involved in any other websites relating to this matter? And that's the matter of the disappearance of Susan Cox Powell.
No, I wasn't.
Were you blogging at all in connection with her disappearance, other than what we've talked about?
No, I wasn't.
And if I wanted to find the blog that we referred to earlier that was quoted in the Salt Lake Tribune, and I think in KSL, on a report from KSL, where would I go to find it?
I don't know.
And you kept nothing yourself?
I did not.
Do you know if Alina did?
I don't know.
You know, there's that whole supplemental disclosure that we got from you that you said a lot of it was from Alina. Are there other things that are not in that supplemental group of documents, disclosures, that Alina has, you know, back at the house relating to anything about the disappearance of Susan or the death of Josh and Charlie and Braden?
I don't know.
You don't? Is this something you can check?
I could ask her.
Okay. No, I'd appreciate that, just to make sure we have everything in the case. Were you aware of any psychiatric or psychological evaluation of Josh before February 5th of this year?
He was in dependency with his kids, and I think he was required to do a psychological evaluation as part of that.
Okay. And do you know if that was something that he was resisting?
No, he wanted to do it and get everything done as quickly as he could.
Did you learn that there's a reference to 400 images of incest porn on his computer? And I think some viewing of incest porn on his computer by a limited number of people, per the judge's order from Utah, that led to the court asking and ordering a psychosexual evaluation of Josh.
Check to the form.
Did you learn about that sequence of events? That there was these depictions that were cited, and then there was an order from the judge that it wasn't just a psych eval, it was a psychosexual eval.
Yeah.
I heard
the
about
form.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I heard about that.
Okay, and how'd you hear about it?
Josh talked about that. He said that he didn't know anything about any cartoon porn pictures.
Was he upset about having to have the psychosexual eval?
He seemed upset. He was very indignant.
Okay.
I'm not sure that he was hugely upset about that part. I think that it was demeaning to him, and he felt that it was an injustice, and he was very. I think he was shocked by it.
Right.
Shocked by the accusations and by the ruling. But that's not the part that he was primarily, I guess, upset about.
Did you know, or did he tell you that part of the exam requires being hooked up to what's called a plasmagram, which basically monitors your sexual arousal to different potentially deviant images?
Check to the form.
My cousin Nathan looked up some information online and described to me some of those procedures.
Okay, and that would be one of them, right? In a sexual exam.
Yes.
Do you have any opinion as to whether or not, just yourself, not an expert opinion, as to whether or not that set Josh off the edge and led him in part to do what he did?
Check to the form.
I don't know.
When did you talk? You just talked about a conversation you had with him. That was on the phone, right?
Correct.
And how many days was that before the murder-suicide?
He
Check to the form.
after the ruling in that hearing, I guess he got out of court and he described the events of the court to me.
So the day of the hearing where it was ordered.
That's correct.
Okay. And did he call you on your cell?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever heard him that upset before?
No. He was very upset in early January when he heard about the events in the Cox house. But he, after the first, it seemed like a different kind of upset.
What do you mean?
It seemed like a very low sort of depression, as in the way he was talking, he was built up extremely high going into court. Like he thought that there was no chance that his kids would not be protected, and it didn't seem natural to think that his kids wouldn't be protected after what happened. Mm-hmm. And so for his assessment, it just seemed that he was 99% sure that his kids would be moved to a safe place. And so after the hearing, it seemed that he was extremely deflated. I mean,
defiant?
Deflated.
Deflated, sorry.
He sounded very, very depressed and sort of despondent, and he was saying, my kids have been mutilated, there's nothing I can do about it, there's no way that I can, change this, it sounded like, he felt like he was just in a world of crazy where people would never understand or protect his kids.
Did you talk to him again after that?
Very briefly. He called me, I think it was on Friday. And so if I'm not mistaken, I think the hearing was on a Wednesday.
Yes, it was.
And so the following Friday, he called me very briefly, and he started to talk a little bit about the same thing, but I told him I was in the middle of work, and I really didn't have time to talk to him, and I wasn't able to continue the conversation, and he just said, okay, which was extremely uncharacteristic.
What do you mean?
I've never been in a phone conversation with him and said, I gotta go, and he said, okay. He liked to, he liked to talk, he was very excited about the things that he wanted to talk about, and he was very loquacious.
Okay.
So.
Is that the last time you talked to him?
Yes.
Do you know if anyone else in your family talked to him after you did? I mean, other than, well, wait a minute, at that point, yeah, he's in Puyallup, so he would have talked to your dad and Alina and probably John. Right?
I got the impression that he hadn't talked to several people for a couple of days.
Was he staying
before
in Graham?
He died. He was staying at a rental property.
That's the one in Graham, right? Or
I believe so. So it was, within a few miles of the other, my dad's house was my impression.
Okay. And so do you know who was the last person to talk to him from your family?
No, I don't.
Do you know when Elena last talked to him before? There's a lot of paperwork we have here in the exhibits, relating to when he died. And so I want to go through some of those things, but we all know that he used a hatchet and gasoline in this. And can you tell me, if there was anything in his background that you know of that would make him do what he did?
I'm not aware of any past activity that resembled that.
I'm sure you've thought a lot about what happened. Do you have any ideas of why he did what he did with his kids and to himself?
I don't know.
Has anyone in your family expressed any views about that?
Not really, no.
There's been a lot of media about this case. Have you followed any of it?
No. For my part, I don't watch TV, and I haven't really followed the media on my case for, my family's case for probably about 2.5 years.
Have you been harassed in any way, or have there been attempts to contact you through the internet, through Facebook, through emails, anything like that with respect to what happened with your brother and those kids?
Not so much, because I shut down. I used to have a social networking site because I ran for delegate. There was a delegate wiki site.
No, delegate was a different year. What year was the delegate?
It wasn't 08.
Yeah, 08.
They
okay.
were both the running for office and the delegate thing were in 08. And there were a lot of people that went on that site and were saying some pretty horrible things and making death threats and things. And I finally had to shut down my page related to that.
Was that a Facebook page, or it was not a Facebook page?
No, it was a delegate wiki page where, in other words, you can create your own sort of little pages on there and advertise yourself as delegate or talk about, the presidential campaign or things like that.
Anything else like that happened to you?
Every once in a while, I get a weird phone call with death threats or just something weird. It doesn't happen that often.
And Michael Powell's a pretty common name, I guess, if you're all the way over in Minneapolis or in Minnesota. You're not here. That probably helps, don't you think?
It helps.
Anything else on the web out there about you that we haven't talked about? Whether it's Facebook or that wiki page or the For the Kids website or the Susan Powell website, anything else you can think of?
Not that I'm aware of. Not other than maybe Facebook, but I don't really maintain much of an internet presence.
Just, I know I've already asked you about legal background, or are you a lawyer? We'd heard somewhere that you were studying law. Did you ever act in any way as a legal representative for Josh, or as a sounding board for Josh, or as a resource for Josh in legal matters?
No, I did not.
Do you know if anybody did, other than, I think, Bassett, who's his lawyer on the child custody case?
I heard that he had other lawyers, too.
Who did he have?
He had a criminal defense attorney down in Utah.
Was that the same lawyer that represented one of the defendants in the Elizabeth Smart case?
I don't know.
Okay. And when did he retain that lawyer?
I'm not sure. I got the impression that it was a week or so after Susan disappeared.
Right, okay. And do you know if he was still represented by that lawyer at the time of his death?
I don't know.
Did you know that he had a service called prepaid legal?
I heard him talk about it. I mean, I heard him mention it.
Okay. Why did he have that?
I don't know.
And did he have it before, after, or both? Before or after Susan's disappearance?
I don't know.
Prepaid legal, from what I saw, costs $160, $170 a month, and it involves your ability to call or email. You get on the internet and ask a legal question, or call somebody, or get legal advice. But the prepaid legal is a flat rate for a set number of inquiries, as I understand it. Before Susan disappeared, do you know of any potential legal inquiries that Josh had where he might avail himself to a service such as I've just described?
I don't know.
How about after Susan disappeared? The same question.
I don't know.
But you say he talked to you about it.
He mentioned it. I got the impression that he sometimes got advice on maybe things related to real estate or something. But I'm not sure, because I can't remember specifically what he said, but that was the impression that I had.
All right, now I just want to make sure we've covered every conversation you've ever had with Josh about the change of beneficiaries. Is that right?
That's correct.
Check to the form.
Okay.
And there have been no witnesses to those conversations, right?
That's
It's actually
correct.
one. Okay.
That's correct. I'm sorry. Can I use take a bathroom break?
Sure.
Is that
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
This concludes media number 2 in the deposition of Michael Powell. We are off the record at 1:39 p.m. We're back on the record. This is the beginning of media number 3 in the deposition of Michael Powell. The time is 1:43 p.m.
Okay, back after a short break. Just, were there any recordings of any such communications?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. By the way, did Josh ever tape record calls? Do you know?
I don't think so. I'm not aware.
Okay. Did you ever have any post-disappearance communications with Josh about the subject of Susan's consent to any of the beneficiary changes?
No, I
Check
did
to the
not.
form.
And do you have any evidence that Susan consented to those
Object to the
changes?
form. Asked and answered.
No, I did not.
And do you have any evidence that Chuck or Judy Cox provided consent on Susan's behalf for those changes?
No, I did not.
We took the deposition of Patricia Drummond in Tacoma, a New York life insurance agent, who on October 3rd of 2011 saw Josh to go through the beneficiary designation changes. And we were told that there were some phone calls made by Josh to the various potential beneficiaries, including John and Alina. Did he call you from the insurance office?
No, he didn't.
Do you know how he got your social security number and other information to provide to this New York life insurance agent for the beneficiary change?
I don't know.
Now, she did talk about phone calls to Alina and John. Did Alina or John let you know that there were changes taking place on these policies?
No, they didn't.
Did you ever talk with them about the changes that were made on the 3rd of October 2011?
No, I didn't.
Once Josh died and the kids died, and you learned that you went and made claims on February 14th, Valentine's Day, I think it was. At some point, you must have talked to Alina and or John about being beneficiaries on these policies.
Object to the form.
I don't remember what conversations I had with who. I mean, my mom was, at that time, she was in Washington, so she was with them. And the three of us were trying to figure out what it was and what we should be doing. And at that time, we came to the awareness that we were beneficiaries and needed to file claims. When we called Pat Drummond, she suggested that we should file claims.
So I need to be chronological on this. Who called who first? Did she call you or did you call her after the deaths?
Pat Drummond?
Yes.
She left a message on my phone, and I don't know when she left it exactly. I think I got that message about a week after Josh died, and I responded to it, and she explained that I was named as a beneficiary on his policy, and she made it clear that I needed to file a claim for that. And so then my mom and my sister and I talked about it a little, and we were trying to figure out what to do about that. And one of the documents she said that we needed was the death certificate, and we were going about trying to obtain the death certificate after that.
What were your banking institutions at that time?
I do, as I say, STCU is
Right. Any others?
My primary bank. I do some banking with USAA.
USAA from the military?
From the military. Or they do business with ex-military. And my mortgage is with them.
With USAA? Okay.
Yes.
Who do you believe was involved in Susan's disappearance other than Josh?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
Do you think she'll ever be found?
I don't
Object to the
know.
form.
You talked about spending time with Charlie and Braden. And I just want to ask, at any time, whether you were caring for them or in their presence, did they ever say anything about where their mom was or about her disappearance?
They asked where Mommy was
Yeah.
a number of times. I remember a time or two while I was in Utah, and it seemed like they may have asked maybe a time or two after, when we went to Washington. But they never gave any information to me that would indicate where she was.
Which policy and benefits have you made claim for? Do you make any claim to the proceeds of any insurance on Susan's life?
I filed a claim on Josh's policy. To my knowledge, that's the one on which I'm named, and that's the only one that I've filed a claim for.
Okay, so nothing with respect to Susan's?
I haven't filed a claim on any of this.
Do you think you will?
I guess it depends on my responsibility as trustee, if that becomes relevant.
When did you become a trustee?
To my knowledge, I have not yet become a trustee.
Okay. Do you maintain the position that Susan is dead with vis-a-vis her policies?
I don't know.
You don't know, okay. And I want to make sure I've heard the whole universe of discussions in your family regarding any Powell family members' claims to insurance proceeds. Have we covered all that? Any discussions?
I'm sorry, the universe of...
I'm just looking for all discussions everyone in your family has had that you know of about claims for these policies.
Yes, I believe we covered all discussions.
Do you know who's claiming what?
No, I don't.
What do you know about the Josh and Susan Powell Trust?
We got a earlier after Josh died. Some of the people that were involved in some of the organizations, New York Life and Beneficial Life. In particular, there was a former Beneficial Life agent who gave a partial copy of the trust to my mom, and she sent it to me, and so I saw a partial copy of the trust, and then farther along in the process, I want to say it was New York Life or somebody else provided a complete copy of the trust.
So did you know anything about the trust before Susan disappeared?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about the trust before you made your claim?
No, I did not.
Did you read the policies in this case?
I read parts of them. There was a lot of information, and a lot of it was extremely technical. But I guess I didn't read the entire policies through.
When you made your claim with New York Life, you knew that the trust, not Josh, owned the policy, right?
Check to the form. What policy?
Any policy?
I didn't know. Pat Drummond made me understand that I was a beneficiary to Josh's policy, and so I filed a claim in response to a conversation with her.
Did you ever understand that the trust had the right to make the beneficiary designation?
Check to the form. Argumentative, calls for legal conclusion.
I'm not sure what that means. What the trust has a right to do it? I'm not sure what that means.
Let me ask you this. You knew that when you made the claim that Josh's designation of you at 93%, a 93% beneficiary, that wasn't intended to benefit the trust. You knew that, right? Benefiting you.
Yeah, when Pat Drummond described it to me, she made me understand that I was the beneficiary personally.
You knew at some point that your making of a claim, if it was paid, would harm the beneficiaries of the trust.
Object to the form.
Didn't you?
I was not aware of that.
And how long have you had a lawyer?
Since
Object
after.
to the form. It's irrelevant.
Do He can say when he hired a lawyer. That's not privileged. Just when did you hire your lawyer, Mr. West?
Let's see.
Object to the form, I'm not sure that is relevant or even discoverable.
You can answer.
It was a few weeks or months after Josh died.
Okay. Did Josh ever say after Susan disappeared that the two of you needed to be careful in your written communications?
No.
Were you careful?
No.
Do you know if the police have any of your communications?
I don't know.
What kind of things did the police ask you in Minneapolis or in Minnesota?
They asked me questions about my parents' divorce. They asked me questions. It seemed like some of it was sexual in nature. They claimed to have found some things about my dad or something during the search, because it was after a search of their house in Puyallup. They didn't ask a lot of questions that seemed very, I mean, I was under the impression that they were searching for Susan, and it didn't seem like they asked that much that was really relevant to that.
Did they act like they thought Josh was involved in her disappearance and or death?
Object to the form.
At times they didn't, and at times they did. They were going back and forth. They were asking different questions and assuming different things, it seemed like.
Did they ask questions that indicated to you that they believed that your dad could have been involved in Susan's disappearance or death?
No, they didn't.
They didn't?
They didn't.
Did they ask questions about Alina in a way that might indicate that they believed that she had some kind of culpability which could include rendering criminal assistance and an accessory after the fact?
Object to the
No, they
form.
didn't.
Did they ask you anything about that would touch on being an accessory after the fact?
Object to the form.
They asked me,
False for legal conclusion.
they asked me, did you kill Susan? I said no. They asked me, do I know anything about it? I said no.
Did they ask you to take a polygraph?
No, they did not.
Did you offer to take one?
No, I did not.
Did you ever take one?
No, I did not.
Have you read the... Oh, go ahead.
I need to amend one answer because when I was in the military, we were required to take a polygraph for completely unrelated reasons related to the clearance. But they asked questions such as, have you done drugs?
Oh, understood.
No, things of that nature.
Thanks for that clarification. Have you read... I'm just going to go through the documents now in the order that we have them. So, and I've got that in front of you. Number 2 in there is the complaint and interpleader. Yeah, and I'm using the yellow stickers on the right, sorry. So the complaint and interpleader.
Okay.
Have you read that?
I read it over.
Okay. And you saw the allegations in there about the community property issues and the lack of consent by Susan Cox Powell in these beneficiary designations. Have you had a chance to review those paragraphs?
Excuse me. Object to the form.
I did see what was in the interpleader, yes.
And there's also allegations about Josh Powell's competency prior to the time, at the time he made these changes, given what we all know happened with him. And I'm going to go through a few documents that relate to his competency right next. But did you read that part of the interpleader, the complaint and interpleader, that talked about questions about Josh's competence?
I saw that, yes.
Okay. So if we could turn to, actually, and then this is the trust, the Josh Powell and Susan Powell Revocable Trust. When did you first see this trust?
This is document number 3.
What number are you talking about?
I'm talking about 3, which is the next one in order.
Okay. The first time I saw a partial copy of this, oops, hold on. Is this on?
Number 3 is the First Amendment to Declaration of
Thank you.
Trust.
Yes. Sorry, it is. I've got there in reverse order from where they should be.
Okay,
So
what do
it-
you want him to look at first then?
What I've just asked him to, which is number 3.
All right.
And the First Amendment to Declaration of Trust. When's the first time you saw this?
This was in a bundle of documents that my attorney sent me.
Okay. And do you know the reason for this amendment?
No, I did not.
And who signed for Susan?
Who? Here on the second page, it says Susan M. Powell by Joshua S. Powell.
And this says, should anything happen to Susan or Josh, that you would be appointed to serve as the successor trustee. Is that right? I'm looking at the bottom of the first page. About 4 lines up.
Should Joshua S. Powell and Susan M. Powell decline or for any reason fail to serve, then Michael C. Powell shall be appointed to serve as the successor trustee.
And then the secondary was Alina, is that right?
Yes.
And this is dated January of 2010, is that right? I'm at the last page where the notary has signed.
Yes.
So in January of 2010, obviously the signature is by Josh for Susan, because by this point she's disappeared, right?
That's correct.
And this change was made, it appears, within about a month, almost to the day of her disappearance, doesn't it?
That appears to be correct.
Do you know why Josh was making changes to the Josh and Susan Powell trust when she'd been missing for only a month?
No, I do not.
Do you know if he publicly stated, and up until the time of his death publicly stated that she was missing and still alive?
Could
Do you know
repeat
if
the
he
question? I'm sorry.
publicly stated and continued to publicly state up until the time of his death that Susan Cox Powell was still alive?
I don't know. I had been under the impression that he was making statements like that, but I believe that he was not talking to the media much during the dependency.
But he did talk to the media quite a bit at certain periods of time, didn't he? I mean, he was on the Today Show, he was on Good Morning America. I mean, he did talk to the media, is that right? At certain times?
Yes.
Okay. And what he said publicly was, Susan Cox Powell is still alive. She's not dead. From what you know.
I think that he seemed to be entertaining theories like that, and
Okay. Okay, and then if we turn to number 4, and your lawyer's right, I had these in reverse order. I'll blame my office for that. Well, they kind of put all this together yesterday afternoon. Is this the original trust? From what you know?
I don't actually know. What is the original trust? What does that mean?
Is it entitled Declaration of Trust, the Joshua Powell and Susan Powell Revocable Trust? Let me just ask you that. Is that what it's entitled?
Yes.
Okay. And was this dated February 4th, 2009? The certificate of acknowledgement of the notary public.
Yes. It says at the beginning of the trust, and then yes, and it says the same date at the notary signing.
Now, do you know if this had Chuck Cox as trustee? And then it was later changed to you?
I'm sorry, which section is that?
9.
Okay.
Page 12.
Okay, under trustees and successor trustees, it says, should both Joshua
Both of
S.
you,
Powell
right.
and Susan M. Powell decline or for any reason fail to serve, then Charles F. Cox and Michael C. Powell, acting jointly, shall be appointed to serve as the successor trustee.
Right, and I should have said that it was both of you, and then Chuck was removed in the First Amendment to Declaration of Trust. Is that right? Because we don't see Chuck's name in there after Susan disappears.
To my understanding.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in this change
No, I
within a
did
month
not.
of Susan's disappearance? Do you know why Josh, within a month of Susan's disappearance, took Chuck's name off and left you on the trust?
No, I did not.
We can go on. Number 5 is just a interview with Radar Online of your sister saying that she was disgusted by the siblings, including you, going after the life insurance policy. Have you ever seen that article?
No, I have not.
It does say here that the day the boys were buried, that you and Alina applied for the life insurance policy. And is that true?
I don't know when the boys were buried.
Because you didn't go.
Right.
If it had been the day the boys were buried, would you have decided not to go make such a claim, at least on that particular day?
Check
It
to
was
the
the day that
farm.
if your nephews were being buried, would you find it to be distasteful, or distasteful potentially to others, including other family members, that you were going to make an application for millions of dollars in insurance when the boys were being buried?
Check to the form of the question.
I don't know.
You said what? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
What day did you make the claim?
I don't remember.
We can go on to number 6. I've already asked you about this one. This was talking about the For the Kids website, and this is from the Tribune, Salt Lake. No, this is ABC4, and then the other one's the Tribune. They do talk about a blog that you had, as opposed to. Are you on the same page I am, or on exhibit number 6?
I believe so. It says
Okay.
1 of 2
You
at the
look
bottom.
confused, so-
And it says Exhibit 6, the next page says 1 of 2 at the bottom.
And then the next page says 2 of 2.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, my question is, they have referred to the website, and you're writing on the website, and they also talk about you're having a blog on the website. Was there some kind of a icon to click on for a blog separate from the text in the website? Do you remember, on the For the Kids site?
I'm not aware.
And how did you learn it was taken down, if you did?
I'm not sure. Through rumor, I think.
And I've asked you about the content there already, so let's go to number 7. And I did read it verbatim from the exhibit. This next one is KSL in Utah. And there's a quote attributed to you here, and it's about 4 paragraphs down, 5. It says, Josh Powell's brother wrote in his blog that he has reason to believe the West Valley Police Department has overlooked viable leads, probably intentionally, including Stephen Kuchar, Tim Peterson, Chuck Cox, and Powell's estranged sister, Jennifer Graves. Did you write what I've just read?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know where they came up with this?
No, I don't.
You say that they put it in quotes, don't you?
I see that.
Okay. And they say that that's what you wrote in your blog. Right?
That's correct. That's what they say.
Do you know of any reason that they would fabricate this at KSL and publish it?
Object to the form argument.
No, but that's part of the reason that for probably about the last 2.5 years or so, I really haven't followed the media.
You really haven't what?
I really haven't followed any media reports.
Now that says the website and the allegations, I'm reading just second from the end, second to the bottom sentence on page 1 of 2. It says the website and the allegations came just 2 days before a scheduled custody hearing in Pierce County. Did you know that that website was put up 2 days before that hearing we've talked about that was scheduled in connection with Josh's potential continued custody of those kids?
Object to the form.
Or visitation, actually.
Object to the form.
I was aware that the website was being worked on following the incident in the Cox house.
It says also the website purports to illustrate what Mike Powell calls incompetence and malice by the West Valley Police Department. Michael Powell wrote, the West Valley City Police Department has slandered the Powell family through a bizarre effort to cover up endeavors on our part to aid in the search for Josh's wife. Did you say that?
No, I did not.
That's in quotes again. Do you know where that came from?
No, I did not.
It says that there was a bizarre effort by the police to cover up your endeavors to aid in the search of Josh's wife. What were you doing to search for Josh's wife?
Object to the form.
I don't know what they're referring to.
Did you do anything to search for Josh's wife?
I lived in Minnesota for most of the time following Susan's disappearance. I was under the impression that my dad was doing some research and so on, and he had found the connection, or found a possible connection between Susan and Stephen Kosher. And
the other missing guy in Utah, Salt Lake.
That's correct. And for my part, I had only provided information where I had information that I felt was relevant to provide. And the incident with Tim Peterson was the only time that I contacted investigators for an interview.
The swing set incident.
That's correct.
And then what your dad looked at was the other missing person in Salt Lake City, right?
That's correct.
Also, I'm on the next page, which is 2 of 2. It says that you blast the searches in Ely, Nevada. There were subsequent searches in Ely, Nevada, and by the Topaz Mountain, which of course was by the home, in which police at first claimed they'd made a major findings, but then couldn't show anything significant. Powell wrote, I believe the Ely stunt was designed to disrupt the Powell's attempt to gain protection from Chuck Cox and his ongoing harassment and death threats against Josh and the rest of my family. Our protection order was granted nonetheless. Did you say that?
No, I did not.
Do you know why they said that you did?
No, I did not.
Has anyone tried to go after them for defamation?
No.
Impersonation?
There's been talk at times about possible lawsuits against various media entities, but a lawsuit costs $100,000, and it's difficult to go after individual media personnel when there's so many of them and it's so difficult to fact check things.
But it's a little bit different when a news agency quotes you saying something that they made up out of thin air, at least according to you. Did you even try and contact them and say, that's not what I said?
I wasn't even aware of these articles.
The next thing in here, by the way, did Chuck ever make death threats against Josh and the rest of your family?
I was present for one of them.
What was that?
About maybe 4 to 6 months after Susan disappeared, and I'm not sure the exact time, but there was some kind of there was a flyer campaign in Josh's neighborhood in which the streets immediately surrounding his house were posted with flyers.
It said, help us find Susan Cox Powell.
Right. And several of the, well, at any rate, Josh was out one day with the children, and Chuck and Judy Cox came into the neighborhood and wanted to, they were knocking on the door of our house.
Of which house?
Of my dad's house.
Your dad's house, okay.
That's correct. And we didn't answer the door, but he drove around the neighborhood and found Josh with his children at a nearby park and confronted him. And we went out of the house and found Josh standing there in what appeared to be some kind of a, sort of like a mild altercation, but Alina stood by and took pictures just to document the events. Mm-hmm. And I went and stood next to Josh. And at that time, Chuck Cox said something to the effect of, "I have every reason to kill you, but I have decided not to because of my religion."
Was the media there?
I don't remember if they were there at that time. I remember that Chuck and Judy Cox did some kind of a media interview around that time in connection with the flyer campaign.
In fact, wasn't the flyer campaign covered by the media?
I believe it was.
Okay, from start to finish?
I believe so.
Okay. Was this captured on film or on audio anywhere, this claimed threat from Chuck?
I don't believe so.
And there was litigation over this, wasn't there?
Not that I'm aware of.
That Josh went to court and asked for a no contact order.
Oh, for anti-harassment order,
right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there was that kind of
and in fact, when he presented that to the court, he had ample opportunity to describe everything that happened, didn't he?
I'm assuming so.
He didn't put anything in there about a death threat, did he?
I believe he did. I was under the understanding that he did.
Do you know that making a death threat's a felony in this state?
I was not aware of that.
Do you know if Josh was ever asked anybody to look at this case as a potential felony against Chuck Cox for a claimed death threat?
I'm not aware of that.
And what happened with that no contact order?
Josh was awarded an anti-harassment order against Chuck Cox, protecting Josh and the kids from, I guess, ordering Chuck Cox to maintain a safe distance from Josh and the kids. I believe that Chuck Cox asked for the order to be made reciprocal, and Josh allowed that.
Well, I guess the upshot is a judge made it mutual. Isn't that right? Not Josh.
When Josh called me, he told me that the judge asked him if he had any problem making the restraining order reciprocal, and Josh said to the judge that he had no problem. That's what Josh told me.
Well, you weren't in court, were you?
No, I was not.
Object to the form.
And it was a mutual order at the end of the day, wasn't it?
I believe so.
There were no felony threat charges, right? Against anybody?
To my understanding.
Okay. And you could have picked up the phone and called the police too, couldn't you? If you thought there was felony threats.
Well, I suppose I could have gotten in
and you
contact. No, I did not.
Okay. Now, the next one in the documents, we're on to number 8. This one is KSL. And I've asked you some of the content in this one earlier in the day. Again, they quote you. This is another article where they quote you. Michael Powell, this is the bottom of the page, talked about incompetence and malice from the West Valley Police Department. The West Valley City Police has slandered the Powell family through a bizarre effort to cover up endeavors on our part to aid in the search of the wife, etc. So you're saying these are not quotes from you?
That's correct.
It also says on the next page, which is 3 of 5, website also says the Powell children, about 4 paragraphs down, are in danger while living in the Cox home and have been injured while living there. And that didn't come from you?
It may be, but as I said, I wrote some essay material for Josh related to the physical abuse consultation.
Was Josh, could he write?
He had written declarations and things. He knew how to write.
Was he a smart guy?
I think so. He's a good programmer.
Okay. The next one we're on to is exhibit number 9. This is a claim file. We've got the whole claim file here that we've been provided from New York Life and were provided in the 30B6 deposition that we took in New York. But it has here some references to communications from you and from your sister. And just want to take a look at this quickly and see if there's any other communication you had with New York Life that isn't contained here.
Sorry, I'm going to unbind these for a second.
And it's really only the first 3 pages that we're talking about. The rest is the procedures. So the first 3 pages of exhibit number 9.
So you want to know if there are additional contacts with New York
Yes.
Life other than what's put forth in
Yes.
these 3 pages?
Yes, thank you.
I'm not aware of any additional contact, no.
Thanks. It says here that that you wanted to know whether or not other beneficiaries would be notified about your share. Do you remember that? In other words, you asked whether New York Life would disclose to any of the other beneficiaries what the others' share was. Do you remember that? Why did you ask that?
Probably because I had read Josh's letter, and he felt bad about the distribution to the various beneficiaries, or that's what he said. And So I'm assuming that that would be the reason.
Did you ever think it might be more seemly to wait more than 9 days after the deaths to make a claim?
Object to the form. Argumentative.
No, I talked to Pat Drummond, and she seemed rather natural, and she guided me through the process. So I got the impression that this was a typical part of the procedure.
I guess I was just asking about yourself morally, in terms of what
Object to the
is
form.
what is
Argumentative.
seemly. But if you don't have anything to add, you don't. For number 10 is the change of beneficiary.
And if I could say one thing with regard to Exhibit 9, the
Yes.
documents, pages
Oh, yeah.
NYL 630 through 641 have been stamped confidential in accordance with the court's protective order. So if these exhibits are attached to the deposition, that portion of it should be under seal.
And that's agreed, or there's no objection, I guess I should say. So it will be done, right?
Oh, the claims manual.
Yeah, because I had that all as one exhibit, and that was an appropriate objection. This one. Go past number 10 and go to number 11. Let's turn to number 11, change of beneficiary form. Have you ever seen this before, number 11? Dated October 3rd of 2011, change of beneficiary request.
You mean before today?
I just said, have you ever seen it before? I mean, before this very moment when he's looking at it, yes. Before.
Before today, yes, I have.
Okay, and when did you see it?
I saw it when I received this as, I think it was a part of the discovery packet from New York Life.
Okay. In their initial disclosures or something?
I believe so.
Okay. And this was where you're designated at 93. This is October 3rd, 2011, where the changes are including you, Alina, and John.
Is that a question? Is that a question? Or were you?
I'm not going to take debating, okay?
No, I just want to know, because I was going to,
Right.
if you weren't done, I was going to object to the form of the question.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Okay, object to the form of the question.
All right. That having been said and done, do you know how Joshua got your Social Security number for this change?
No, I did not.
Obviously, you probably knew your date of birth. Maybe you didn't.
I don't know.
Has John ever made a claim, like you and Alina did?
I believe he made a claim.
Okay. And when did he do that?
I think that he made a claim the same time Alina did.
This change of beneficiary request, how long was this after the day that your dad got arrested and went to jail?
I think that my dad was arrested in September of 2011. And which beneficiary change were you talking about?
The one from October the 3rd of 2011.
So I guess that would have been a period of weeks afterward.
Like maybe just a couple weeks.
It could have been.
And how long was this change before Josh killed himself and the kids?
So So October of 2011 to February 5th. I'm going to say 5 months.
What caused Josh to make these changes when he did?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
Asked and answered.
Why do you think he made these changes when he did?
Object to the form. Asked and answered.
I don't know.
And in removing Susan's name, from any policies, obviously she hadn't been declared dead at that time, had she?
Object to the form.
I don't believe so.
Has she ever been declared dead?
Not to my knowledge.
And then the next one is number 12, same date, and gives the percentages, etc. When's the first time you saw this?
I believe that this was also in the bundle of documents that came from New York Life.
When were you told that you had the 93% interest for the first time?
I'm not sure. He made it. His letter, I have the impression since his letter that I was the primary beneficiary on his policy.
But 93% is beyond primary. I mean, that's take it all, almost, doesn't it?
I got the impression that he was making me the vast majority beneficiary to administer the money for the children.
But you didn't know 93% until when you made the claim?
I'm not sure about a percentage.
What was your reaction when you learned that you were going to get 93% of how much? Did you think it was going to be of 1.5 million?
Object to the form.
Or
When-
2.5 million?
What are you talking about? What time frame? Any
I'm
time
going to
frame?
object to the speaking objections and the coaching.
Well, object to the form. It's
All right.
vague
Okay.
as
And
to time.
And my question had the preamble, which was as follows, and I'll ask it again. When you first learned that you were the 93% beneficiary, what was your reaction?
I'm not sure. I got the impression from his letter that I was the primary beneficiary, and I don't think I had much reaction because it was just a life insurance policy.
Just a life insurance policy. Did you learn that you had a total in insurance of $3.5 million?
No, I did not.
Did you grow up with money as a kid?
No, I did not.
In fact, you guys lived pretty close to the edge in terms of income, didn't you, as kids? Especially with the divorce of your parents?
The divorce put a strain on things.
Right.
After that, I think we lived a little bit better coming to Western Washington. Weren't rich, by any means.
You had to pay for all of your education and your own housing, etc., right?
That's correct.
So let's assume that you were looking at $1 million. That would be like winning the lottery, wouldn't it?
Object to the form. Argumentative.
That would be a large amount of money, yes.
It'd be what? I'm sorry.
That would be a large amount of money.
Or 2 million or 3 million would be huge amounts of money.
Object to the form.
Especially when you don't have to spend the money on the kids,
Argumentative.
right?
He made clear in his letter that that's what it was for.
That what?
He made clear in his letter, it seemed to me that that's what he intended it for.
Right, but when you went and made the claim yourself within 9 days of when the kids were murdered, that wasn't part of the plan because there were no kids to take care of when we were looking at the use of the money. Isn't that right?
Object to the form, argumentative.
That you can answer.
That's correct. It was not part of any plan.
I'm going to get to the letter in a minute, but I'm just going to go chronologically. And the next one is the check-o-matic request form. This is the way this is not always the way, but this is the way that the premiums were paid for on a regular basis by Susan or Susan and Josh, and of course there's a debate to what degree each were involved at this point in making payments under the constructive trust argument. Let me ask you this. I've got this check-o-matic form, and you turn to the third page, and there's a void check from Josh and Susan Powell on the same credit union where you bank. Did you know that they bank there?
Object to the form.
I was under the understanding that a lot of my family members banked at STCU.
Okay. How about Josh and Susan? Did you know that?
I was not aware that Josh and Susan had a joint account, it appears.
And do you know if Susan, and this is if you know, do you know if she had automatic payments or automatic deposits from her work into this account?
I do not know.
Do you know if she had automatic deposits from her work going to any account?
I don't know.
Do you know, with respect to her payment, whether Josh deposited checks for her?
I don't know.
Do you know, with respect to what she made at work, whether Josh took over that money in any way?
I don't know.
Did you ever hear that she was asked to live just off the vegetable garden that they had at home and not to shop in grocery stores because of money problems?
Object to the form.
Josh mentioned some kind of an accusation about that, and he was indignant about it. He said that it was ridiculous because you can buy vegetables more cheaply at the grocery store than by growing them in your own garden.
Did they grow their own vegetables in Utah?
Yes.
Okay. And did they eat those vegetables?
Object to the form.
I don't know specifically whether they ate those vegetables, but one time they brought a batch of habaneros from their garden.
Okay. Was there ever an allegation that the children were malnourished because they only lived off what was in the vegetable garden due to money constraints?
I'm not aware of any such allegation.
And the kids were given herbal supplements, we can find them in the bank records, because of the malnourishment. They were suffering because they lived off vegetables from a garden. Did you know that?
Object to the form of the question.
I hadn't heard anything like that.
Let's take a look at the Exhibit 15. This is another account, Josh Powell, Susan Powell, Bank of America. Did you know anything about that account?
I did not.
No?
I did not.
And the next one is actually, it's just another check on Bank of America. Oh, it's the same one. So, and then the next one after Bank of America, there's an account just for Susan Powell with a check for $969 written in New York Life. And that one is at Countrywide Home Loans. Did you know about this account?
No, I did not.
Did you know that Susan had any of her own bank accounts?
No, I did not. I did not know how any of their accounts were set up.
Okay. This was an annual premium, and it's dated August 8th of 2007. Do you know of any other accounts that Susan had, other than this one, that were her own?
No, I did
Object
not.
to the form.
There's another one here in New York Life, June 14th, 2007. Same account that we just talked about. And then the next check is Bank of America. Do you know of any other bank accounts that they had as a couple or individually while they were married before she disappeared?
No, I did not.
The next thing in here is 16, which is some of these letters we talked about earlier that were written by Josh Powell. First one's February 2nd, where he writes, and I'll paraphrase, I, Josh Powell, hereafter I, me, my, hereby transfer all of my property which is currently being held by the West Valley City, Utah Police Department to you, Michael Powell. Specifically, I grant you full ownership and rights in all of my property to include but not limited to computers, hard drives, data services, and all data contained therein, documents, photos, other intellectual information, tools, furniture, appliances, any and all of my property and rights. I grant you full ownership and rights to negotiate and obtain my property from the police department when the time comes. Dated February 2nd. Do you know where he learned how to write a letter with, arguably legalese like this?
I don't know.
And this is dated February 2nd, 2012. Did you know all these items were in custody of the police, the things he describes here?
Not for all the items. I'm not aware of what all items the police have. I know that they took things from the vehicle.
You got this after he died, right?
That's correct.
Through the mail, regular U.S. mail in Minnesota, right?
That's correct.
And did it look to you from reading this like he was, first of all, taking care of his affairs? Would that be fair to say?
Object to the form.
From reading this letter, and based on the voice message, I suppose, I drew that inference.
That what?
I drew that inference.
Did you also draw the inference that he was contemplating suicide? Or his own death?
I suppose that makes sense.
Specifically when he says, I grant you all full ownership rights to negotiate and obtain my property from the police department when the time comes. What does when the time comes mean to you?
I don't know what it means, but to my knowledge, the police department has not released that.
I'm talking
yet.
about Josh Powell and his intent. When he says when the time comes, what does that mean to you?
I don't know. It sounds like it relates to the investigators.
And what time would that be when the time comes?
I don't know. It's been 3 years now, and they still feel they have a need to keep the property.
Well, I mean, if he was going to be in jail, he could still have these items upon his release. And then if he was going to be in jail, he can always have his rights.
I'm not sure what you.
Well, I guess
I'm
I'm
not sure
saying
what that means.
when someone writes a letter like this and says, "Please, you have all these things from me, and I give you full ownership when the time comes." There's only a few things that means. You're going to jail. You're going to kill yourself. I don't know what else it's going to mean.
Object to the form, argumentative.
What does it mean to you?
It seems to relate to investigators when they decide to, when they decide they no longer have a need for the property.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Same kind of preamble. And here he grants you full ownership and rights in all of his tools, appliances, food, furniture, sporting goods, and all of his personal items and property. And these are in his storage facility. So how does this relate to the investigation?
Object to the form, vague.
Do you know why he was giving everything in his storage facility in Sumner?
No, I do not.
The next one. This is where he gives up rights to his intellectual property, to you. To his name and likeness, his story, software, websites, databases which he's created, documents, photographs, drawings, video recordings, designs, work and word products. I specifically grant you full ownership and rights to modify, adapt, and use my intellectual property in any way you desire. Okay. Why was he doing that in your mind?
I don't know.
What's his story?
I don't know. I suppose that he felt that he was a victim of injustice, and I suppose that nobody, I never saw any kind of media account or other account that covered the injustice that he described.
Well, didn't People magazine spend a weekend with him and the kids and put together a full 2-page pictorial and story, essentially saying that he was wrongfully accused, or he believed he was wrongfully accused? So he got sympathetic coverage, and also from Jim Valchak at Good Morning America.
I don't know what percentage of the coverage out there was positive toward Josh.
But just so we're clear, this just says my story, right? His story.
It says my story.
Okay. And his name and likeness. Do you know what that would be used for?
No. I interpret that to mean his name and his photograph, or some other visual representation.
Then it goes on, I won't reread other than websites, photographs, drawings, etc. He bequeathed all this to you here. I can ask you again, do you think it looked like he was contemplating suicide when he wrote this? Isn't that a reasonable inference?
It seems reasonable.
Okay. Given that he bequeathed all these things to you, have you gone and gotten these things? Obviously not his story, but have you gone and gotten his documents, his photos, his drawings, video recordings, websites, software?
No, because especially early on, when I received interpleader actions and some other things, it became clear that there were some contests, some disputes related to various property and so on. And so I didn't know exactly, I didn't know whether these were valid. I didn't know where his property was destined. I didn't know those things. And I was very far away. When Josh died, I was in the middle of a semester. And I really felt bound to stay and continue. I mean, the PhD program is a very heavy program, and I was in 3 classes at that time.
The storage unit, were you aware the police went and executed a search warrant on that storage unit?
I had heard that.
Okay, and that was after these bequests, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The temporary guardianship by power of attorney is number 17, and that designates for the kids, you and Stephen, to take care of the kids, doesn't it?
Object to the form misstates the document. It speaks for itself.
Well, it's temporary guardianship by power of attorney, and it says that Josh Powell, going on, having temporarily appointed Alina Powell, true and lawful attorney in fact, for me and my name and place, to have the care, custody, and control of my children whose names and birth dates are as follows. And then it lists as consecutive alternates to Alina Powell, lists you and then your dad. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you know the date of this document?
Appears to have been signed by a notary on the 8th day of January 2010.
So that was at the same time of the change in the trust, is that right? That we talked about earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And then we've got more on the change of beneficiary at 18. But in the interest of time, I'm going to go 19, because we've covered a lot of this. And then 20, same thing. Okay, let's get to the letter then we've been talking about, which is number 22. The handwritten letter from Josh to you, dated December the 3rd of 11.
Right.
Okay. He said, I'm just going to walk through it a little bit to ask you some things if I can.
Okay.
It says, Michael, I'm enclosing the beneficiary change forms I submitted in New York Life. My first question to you, Michael, is did you get those forms with this letter?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I included those all as a single document.
Okay. And that's why I want to be sure, because you talked about Alina having some things in the house that were in the supplemental disclosures from you. And so these were items that were in Josh's room, right, at the house in Puyallup? These were from you.
Things from Alina?
Let me back up and strike that. This letter, did you produce this yourself, or did this come through Alina?
This came from me.
From you, okay. So you were just talking about the change of beneficiary forms that were attached to this being within these documents we're reviewing.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. And so did you know at that time on the 3rd of December about your percentage?
I didn't review the numbers very carefully, but I was under the impression that I had a large share of the proceeds of the policy that he was referring to.
How many change of beneficiary forms were attached to the letter? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Did you bring them into your lawyer as they had come to you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so we can just verify with counsel as to what forms were attached when we're done with the deposition today. Okay, it says I'm enclosing the older form from October because Patricia Drummond is the one who initially explained some things. For one, I told her I did not want anyone to be able to intercept my son's trust money. Okay, and let me just stop on that. When we talk about trust money, was it your impression that he was talking about the insurance proceeds? Life insurance proceeds?
That was my impression.
Okay. And that she said the best and only way to ensure that is to leave the money to a trusted individual. And then no one can sue to control the money on behalf of the boys, even if they're acting as caretakers. And then he goes on to say he wants a paper trail and talked about including Alina, John, Dad as intended beneficiaries. Going on in this, he says, I have long intended you all to be beneficiaries. But just so I'm clear, Michael, he didn't talk to you about that other than the one conversation you had with him and Susan about estate planning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then he talked about wanting you to have proof of previous designations. Do you see that there?
I do.
What was your impression as to why he included that language and included those forms?
I don't know. I don't remember my impression on this. I don't have a clear memory of this part of the document.
He says, I know you don't want the money, so I'm trusting that you will use it for my sons if the need were to arise. But once his sons were gone, you still made the claim, right, for the money?
That's correct.
And then he goes on about not wanting to be Alina's enabler, and I'm going on to the next page. And talks about her being the best possible caretaker for the boys. He says, after me, of course. And then talked about using the money to fight for the boys and to support Alina as a caretaker. Did you take that to mean that he was thinking that he might not be around to keep that fight going?
I guess that I understood it to mean that it was a life insurance related thing, and my understanding is that life insurance pays out on the death of an individual.
But he says anyway, you can use the money to fight for the boys and to support Alina as a caretaker if anything ever happened to me. So what was your impression of what he meant there?
Object to the form.
You can answer.
I'm not sure, but he had expressed concerns about his own safety at times. There were individuals that he I mean, there were individuals at large just making very negative comments about him, and he was worried about someone doing something rash.
Because
at
of
times.
the allegations against him in Susan's disappearance in the media?
Yes.
And then going on to page 4, he says he didn't forward the forms to Lena and John because he didn't want them to feel so bad for having such a small share. And he didn't want them to squander the money. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
How have they reacted to having such small shares? Do you know?
You're saying how would they react?
How have they reacted?
They haven't reacted with any kind of. They haven't shown much of a reaction. I guess they seem to be okay with it.
Can you think of any time in your life, in your adult life, you've ever received a letter like this from Josh?
No, I can't.
Would it be fair to say that an impression you could get from this letter, especially knowing what we know now, was that he was contemplating his own death
Objection. Calls for speculation.
when he wrote this?
Object to the form. Calls for speculation.
No. I don't think so, no.
Do you in any way, in looking back at this, see the indications that he was going to kill himself?
No.
How about when you couple it with those 3 letters we just went through where he gave up everything in his life to you?
Well, I received those at a different time.
I mean, I'm sure you've heard about that one of the things to look for with suicides, one of the warning signs is people who give away all their property, right?
Object to the form. Calls for speculation.
I don't know. He wasn't giving away any property that he ever owned here.
Did he ever what?
That he ever owned. I never owned any of my life insurance that I had.
No, I'm talking about those letters when he gave you all of his property and life rights and his story and all of those.
Right. So the things that he owned. So those were the things that he owned.
No, my
And
question
then-
is the fact that he was giving those all to you. Those letters coupled with the one we just went through. Pretty clear indicators that he intended to kill himself.
Object to
Okay.
the form of the question. Calls for speculation.
Go ahead.
Well, I guess. I mean, it looks to me. I had heard of people giving away their property, and those letters show an indication that he may have been giving away property that he owned. But I've never owned a life insurance policy on my own life. I don't understand how a person can receive life insurance on their own life.
So this letter didn't cause you any concern when you got it about what your brother intended to do vis-a-vis his own life?
No, it didn't.
And the fact that he was writing to you about life insurance didn't give you any concern about what he might do vis-a-vis his own life?
No, it didn't.
And you've never gotten a letter like this before in your life from anybody, have you?
No.
This letter didn't give you the chills or the creeps?
Object to the form of the question.
No.
Calls for
it didn't.
speculation.
I'm sorry, I
Argumentative.
can't hear when he's talking. What'd you say?
No, it didn't.
So what was your impression about what he was going to do with the life insurance when you read this letter?
What he was going to do with his own life insurance?
Yeah,
Is
I mean,
that-
what
is that
were his
you're asking?
intentions for changing the designations and writing you this letter?
It appears that he wanted to ensure that his kids were taken care of.
Okay. And they weren't, were they?
Object to the
Because they're already dead.
argumentative. Not when he wrote the letter, counsel.
Please stop interjecting. My
Well,
point.
you're misstating facts.
Under the federal rules, there can't be any speaking objections. We've had them all day. and they have to stop because we're just about done, and I'm trying to get this done, accommodating counsel and the witness on a Saturday. We all are. And airplane schedule and travel. Okay, let me go back to what I was at. Can I get my last question back? I'm sorry. Thanks.
What was his intentions for changing the designation in writing this letter? He said he wanted to make sure that his kids were taken care of, and they weren't, were they? And then he objected because they were already dead. But he wrote the letter, counsel. That was you. Please stop. And then that was the last of it.
You stated his intention was to have his children taken care of with this money. And I just asked you, ultimately, they weren't taken care of because they were gone by the time the money would have been available to him. Isn't that right? Because he killed him.
Object to the form. Argumentative.
You can answer.
It is true that the children had died when the interpolator started.
Is there any doubt in your mind that your brother Joshua, about whether or not your brother Joshua killed his own kids, Charlie and Braden?
Well, I think that, I'm not in the denial phase, but the fact of the matter is I was never provided with any of the documents describing the events of his death. I never had a chance to review the medical examiner's reports, photographs, or contents of an investigation. I've never, none of that has ever been imparted to me. So, I've really only heard about the events through rumors. And, the things that I've actually seen directly are that there were the death certificates that said that I think it said they died of smoke inhalation. I saw a photograph of the burned house. My sister sent that. I don't know if she took it on the day of or I think she took it on the day of when she went to the house. I asked her for a photograph of just what the house looked like before it was burned, and I saw that. And other than that, I have pretty much heard secondhand rumors from the people that actually saw this, or investigated it, or knew anything about it. And most of that was filtered through the media, which by now I just don't trust very well. I just don't have any answers on any of that stuff. So,
do you have reason to believe that somebody else killed those kids?
No, I don't know.
And just, do you think that Josh did not kill the kids?
It was so out of character with everything that I had ever known about him that I just spent a long time not believing it.
Did you learn the kids had chop marks from hatchets? A hatchet, I should say.
I heard rumors.
Okay. And that he said, as they came into the house, I have a surprise for you, before everything else
Object to
happened.
the form.
I didn't hear that.
Or the kids ran to him.
I didn't hear all of the details.
Do you know if your brother Josh Powell made any of these changes in designation of beneficiaries with the thought that he would be killing his kids?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
Did you know that when he went on October the 3rd of 2011 to New York Life, their office in the agent's office in Tacoma, Patricia Drummond, that he was sad and depressed and talked about who would take care of his kids when he made the changes?
Object to the form.
I got a copy of her deposition, and I think she said sad and distraught.
So what would you do with the money if you got it?
Object to the form.
I'll withdraw it.
It's irrelevant.
I'll withdraw it. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay.
This concludes the videotape deposition of Michael Powell. We are off the record at 3:04 p.m.